Good evening, fuckers, and we are back once again. This time, well, it's the two of us again. Jim, not being a big fan of the particular music we're covering in this video, is once again absent, but I can guarantee he will be back for the next one. I think World War III would start if he got left out of that one. So, with this, we've gone through like specific bands. We also went through a specific album. So this time we are going through a specific genre within metal. Panther's favourite metal genre, certainly one of mine. I wouldn't say it was my top one, but it's definitely in the top three. So we have the top 10 thrash metal albums. And I can safely say this was the most difficult list for me to put together of the videos we've done so far.
Well, you weren't on your own with that one, mate. I mean, I started it. Do you remember I said to you, it must be a couple of months ago now? Yeah, that'll be easy. I know exactly what I'm putting on then. And I started making this. I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. My list changed plenty of times. And the one that I've actually settled on, even though like none of the bands themselves are going to be any big surprise, some of my album choices I think will be.
Baby, I've got a feeling, I'm just looking down at my list, I've got a feeling mine's going to be pretty obvious with maybe one or two surprises. For you, for anyone watching, they might not. They might not have ever heard of them before, but I think you would have heard of them, but you might be surprised that I've included them, or you might have forgotten them. I don't know.
Well, that's very likely. When I was coming up with this list, yeah, there were bands I forgot. That huge, great collage of logos behind you, which reminded me of one in particular, one band that I forgot all about. And as soon as I saw it, I thought, oh, fucking hell, I should have put them in. But, it's too late. My list is already done. Now, it's going to be a little bit different. There's no scoring or anything like that because there's just so much variation. I think there will be anyway, so much variation in our lists that trying to come up with, a final top 20 based on scores, I think is going to be a bit pointless. The other thing is, in order to try and, stop the video from being like about 12 hours long and taking me about 8 years to, be bothered to edit, for numbers 10 to number 6, we'll talk about the album in general and pick out highlights. Obviously, we are going to play snippets from every album that is chosen. I can't wait to edit that one. But yeah, we won't be going through like the entire track listing until we get to albums 5 to 1. So we're still going to be going in depth for half the choices, but yeah, the first 5, it'll be more of a general sort of thing. Think that works? Yeah,
that's spot on. I should also add that I haven't got any Metallica in my list, and the reason for that, and the only reason for that, anyone that's watched the other videos, the last video we did, And Justice for All, that would have been the Metallica album I would have included in a list of my favourite albums because I still think it's Metallica's best album. So for that reason, I haven't got any Metallica. Yeah,
now I do. I mean, I'm sure I'm not giving away any spoilers at all to anyone watching. I do have all 4 of the big 4. And the reason I could put in a Metallica one is, even though I think And Justice for All is their best album, yeah, I like I was saying in the last video, I don't really consider it to be a thrash album. It's a borderline case, but I think it just falls into the not thrash. So I chose another Metallica album instead, yeah, when that one crops up, you'll know all about it. I also think, looking at my list, I'm going to piss off a few people with some of the things I have to say tonight.
Well, it's your forum, mate. You You say what you got to say.
It wouldn't be one of my videos if I didn't piss off at least 2 dozen people with something I said in it. So
I mean, you'll find it very hard to piss me off, but I'm fairly sure some of mine you're going to be like, what the fuck have you put that in there for? But it's because I really like it. I've chosen it for me, not for anyone else, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's it. That's what the list is about. It's your top 10. It's not anybody else's. And anyone who don't like it, they can fuck off. And the chances are, yeah, that's going to include me. So, right, we'll get it underway then. As usual, we'll have the guests going first. So, hit us with it then. Your number 10.
Right, my number 10 is a bit of a cheat straight out of the bat because...
Oh, before you carry on, one other thing. This was something that we agreed on earlier on. If there are any duplicates, we're not going to mention that they've been duplicated. We'll just go through our complete 10, and if it just so happens that, say, my number 4 is the same as your number 9, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Carry on.
Right. Some might say I'm bending the rules. I say I'm not, and I'll tell you why. The album I've got up first, my number 10 spot album, is actually considered, if you look it up on Discogs or anything like that, to be an EP. But to me, an EP does not contain 7 tracks and consist of over 35 minutes of music. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a fucking album.
Right. I think I might know what you've chosen, but yeah.
Well, my first choice is Moshkinstein by Acid Rain.
This is the band whose logo I saw behind you and thought, fuck it, I knew I should have included them.
This is the band whose logo was missing from this that I added to it.
Oh, right. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot about these guys. And yet, I have not heard this EP. So this is totally new to me. Obviously, I know all about it, but I've never actually had the chance to listen to it.
Well, this is their first non-demo release. This is their first album. Oh, keep throwing your phone on the floor here. So this album come out in '88. And it wasn't the first Thrash album I'd ever heard, but it was one that struck me because it's got a certain sound to it, a certain rawness. It's British Thrash, which, to be fair, there was some, but most of the Thrash came from the Bay Area and New York in America. So this was an interesting one. I mean, they made 3 albums, including this one, and then on the wave of the death throes of thrash in the UK in the early 90s, they split up. They done a final gig, and then the singer H asked everybody from the band if they wanted to be in it, and they either couldn't or wouldn't. So he got a completely new band together, and a couple of years ago they released their first album for 29 years, and it's a fucking stonker. But it's not the one I picked, because the one I like best will always be Moshkinstein. It's got a rubbish album cover, it's got a rubbish name, but it all works.
Yeah, the album cover isn't exactly great, and I'm not big on the title, but the important stuff, well, I'm guessing from the fact that it's included in your list there, I mean, the important stuff all works. I did have one Acid Rain album back in the day. I had The Fear, and when that album came out, Acid Rain was supposed to come to Southend and do a gig here, and they didn't turn up. And to be honest, I don't mind them for that, no. I thought it was funny. Right, here's with the like of the songs, which ones particularly stand out for this one?
Well, to be honest with you, most of them. It's that kind of album. Goddess, the opening track, is pretty good. I think possibly the best track on here is Motherly Love, which is a song inspired by the Hitchcock Psycho film, and Psycho. It's fair to say that I like all this album, but if I had to pick an absolute standout track, it would be Motherly Love.
Actually, quite interesting the way you were describing that there. I think this is going to happen, certainly with me, with a few of these albums. The albums are great, but don't ask me to pick out like what, you know, how good each individual song is, because a lot of the time with thrash metal, whether I was listening to it back in the late 80s or now, I just listen to the whole album all the way through. And, you know, you ask me, oh, what's such and such a song like? I can say, oh, I don't know what it is. But you start playing it, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, now I know it, you know. So, yeah, certainly with like the bottom 6 on mine, which is one of the reasons why I suggested we'll just do like a generalisation for the bottom 5 rather. Yeah, I'm not so familiar with individual songs. It's just the album as a whole. A bit like when we did the Queen video and you were talking about Queen 2.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Motherly Love then. So you would put that as a highlight?
I would. I definitely would. I mean, when we play the snippet, do you want to do what we normally do and go to like the first chorus? Because I know this one's got a bit of an intro on it. So
yeah, we'll do that. I think with some of the songs we've chosen, certainly some of the ones I've chosen, we could probably fit the whole fucking song in. So, you know, if we can, yeah, we'll do it, you know. I don't think 7 minutes 16, though, is going to be one of those ones. But let's have a bash of that one then. Motherly Love, here we go.
There you go, a bit of acid rain for you.
It seems hard to believe that it was either 2 or 3 members of Acid Rain and a member of Napalm Death then went ahead and formed the band Cathedral. They went from thrash and grindcore to out and out doom metal. What a fucking contrast.
One of the guitarists from Acid Rain joined Lawnmower Death at one point in his career.
Oh, no, now that I can well believe, yeah. That's much more in line with it. Acid Rain were never really a band that seemed to take themselves too seriously, which is something you've got to love about them.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Lawnmower Death live at one of the Astorias. I can't remember which one it was. Yeah, it was. I think his name was Kev, and he was an absolute fucking lunatic.
I think that's almost an essential. If you're going to join a band like Lawnmower Death, you fucking gotta be. I'm going to go on the assumption it was the Astoria on Tottenham Court Road, which was my favourite venue in London, and it's now a fucking car park.
Oh, brilliant! It might have been the Astoria too. I can't remember which one it was. I've been to both of them, and I can't remember which one's which.
No, couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. So, your number 10 there, Moschenstein from Acid Rain. I'll pretend that I haven't seen the very best of Adam and the Ants there. Right.
Nothing wrong with a bit of Adam and the Ants, mate.
Actually, I can't deny they have done some pretty good songs. But they're not going to appear on my list, actually.
Funny you should say that.
Right, on to my number 10. It's another band that plenty of people know. Well, it's Violence, and it is, I think, their debut album, Eternal Nightmare. Surely you've got this.
I think there's
I see it right there. There we go. I really don't like the cover.
There you go, I'll make it bigger for you.
This was an album that I bought purely after seeing a video. Do you remember the old like Hard and Heavy series of videos that were around in I think late 80s and early 90s?
Yep, I remember them very well.
And they did a thrash special, and one of the bands that appeared on it was Violence, and they played, I think, like a 2-minute snippet of one of their live shows, which one of the band members said, yeah, if you see us playing live, you'll know the atmosphere is far from serene, and he weren't fucking wrong.
I think I remember the clip you're on about as well.
You probably had the video, didn't you? The highlight of that video was, for some reason, they had Motorhead on there, even though it was a thrash one. And between Lemmy and Phil Taylor, Hard and Heavy became Hard and Heavy, Lewd and Crude, Smooth in the Nude, You Fucking Do. And from that moment on, that's how I always referred to that series of videos. Anyway, so... yeah, so after seeing that, I went and bought the album. It did not disappoint. I mean, it really is like archetypal thrash. There was no surprises. The guitar sound, drumming, production, it was all there. And but it did have one real standout track for me, which is Calling in the Coroner, which was also the song that they were performing live on that video. Yeah,
yeah, that's what I knew you was going to say that, because that was where I first saw them as well.
Yeah,
didn't some of these? Is it Rob Flynn was in Violence? Went on to form Machine Head with a couple of others.
That sounds familiar. I certainly associate the name with both bands, so I think he did. That's a bit of a change.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Machine Head are still bloody heavy. I suppose they fall more into the groove metal thing with bands like PantherUK and stuff like that. But they still had their roots in thrash.
Yeah, I'm not really a big Machine Head fan. Never have been. But going back to this, I don't know how much stuff they did, because this was the only album of theirs I had, and I didn't really follow them that well. So I don't know how long they kept going for or how many albums they released, but this is the only one I know.
Yeah, same here. If they did another album, I'd be keen to look it up, because I've never listened to another album of theirs other than The Eternal Nightmare.
Yeah. So, I mean, if it was a one-off, I mean, what a fucking one-off. You know? Yeah, I mean, it's just plain and simple, great thrash album. And even though this was the last album to be added to my list, it's certainly deserving a place on there.
Yeah, I'll say it was only just outside my list, to be honest with you.
Okay, that's the first surprise. I had a feeling this was going to be on yours, so Yeah, okay, well, that's not so bad. Right, let's have a blast of Calling in the Coroner, because, yeah, it's the best song on the album.
Okie dokie. This is as bad as all the others for having to press stop, Mr. Lucosi. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, we didn't get up to the best bit. My favourite line is, how does it start? Was it, as I picked him off the road, his body mangled, took 10 hours for me to sew together.
Yeah. It's a great line. And it's delivered well and all.
Oh, yeah.
I was hoping that was going to come up, but I think there's another verse and chorus for you.
Yeah, got a little bit before that comes along. It gives people a reason to go out and, at least check out the entire track.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll check out the entire album.
Yeah, definitely. Right, on to your number 9.
Right. My number 9 is the most recent album on my list, being from 2001. And it's from a German band. Beginning with K.
Oh dear, I think I know who it is.
Yeah, it's Cooler Shaker. No, it's not Cooler Shaker.
It's the band I was expecting.
Yep. Because, I mean, apart from, like, some of the British, thrash bands, a lot of which seem to come from up north, and the stuff from New York and the Bay Area of San Francisco, there was a lot of good thrash that come out of Germany, and this is one of them. This, like I say, this is the newest album. Now, it took me, not the newest, but the newest one on my list. I mean, they've had quite a few albums since then over the last 20 years. But there's just something about the sound of this album. It still maintains that Creator sound. It's a bit less aggressive than their early stuff was. But I wanted to have Creator on the list. But it was one of the hardest ones to choose, because they've got quite a catalogue. And I like all of their stuff. And all of their stuff is kind of, it sounds the same, but it's different, if you know what I mean. Kind of like Iron Maiden. All the albums sound different, but it's still got that quintessential Maiden sound. Well, Creator are the same. You know you're listening to Creator. And this album's no different. I mean, 2001 was when thrash started sort of coming back to life a bit. You had a lot of bands reforming. that had split up during the dead period of grunge and nu metal in the 90s. Because I mean, the original run of thrash was really at its heyday was probably like 86 to about 92. That's when all the really important stuff. I know you had a bit after and you had a bit before, like Metallica started their stuff off in 82 and that.
Yeah, with one exception, all of mine come from that era.
Well, there you go. And so do mine for the most part. I think, apart from two. And this is one that don't, but this will definitely, you know, if someone hasn't heard this album before, this is, I think it's worth a listen all the way through. I mean, the standout track for me on this album is "Servant in Heaven, King in Hell," because I think
heard.
Oh well, you might have done. I might have sent you a link to it.
Yeah, exactly. I think you sent me a link to it.
Well, not only do I like the subject matter because I think it's funny, it's just got some superior guitar riffing on it, and I really do like guitar riffing. This kind of it does encapsulate what thrash is to me. Because I know you've said in videos before that thrash is play as fast and play as hard as you can. Well,
it was a very generalised description.
Yeah, I know it's a very generalised.
Yeah, because after I said that, I thought, hang on, I can think of plenty of exceptions to that rule. So I don't know if it really works.
Yeah, well, the song I want to play for me. I mean, this is another one that is, you know, it's worth listening all the way through. But this one stands out to me because it's not. I'm going to say it's one of their slower numbers. But slower for Creator. You know,
yeah, that's a very relative term, isn't it?
It is very relative. You know, I think you'd have Einstein scratching his head over that one.
Well, I guess I got to say it. You already know this. I hate Creator, and. Well, is the thing. The problem I have with them is a problem that I have with quite a few thrash bands. Guitaring, fantastic. Drumming, fantastic. Bass, for what it is in thrash, because bass I think is probably the least important part of thrash metal, but it's fantastic. It's the vocals. I hate Creator's singer. I just don't like the way he sings at all.
See, I find that... Go on. I was going to say, I find that really interesting you say that, because Creator are one of the kind of influences and their style of singing that led to death metal and then black metal. You know, a lot of that linchpins back to Creator.
I can certainly hear how it influences the black metal vocal style. Not entirely sure about the death metal style. The thing is, I just don't think it suits the music, not to me. With a lot of thrash bands where I'm not keen on the singing, I just don't think he's a particularly good singer. But with Creator, it's not only that, it doesn't, to me anyway, it doesn't suit the music that's being played. It sounds really out of place. Now, that could be that the only Creator album I had back in the day was Extreme Aggressions. I don't know if it was just like a particularly bad mix or something, or a bad production or whatever, but to me they just sounded fucking awful. And I'll freely admit there have been like a couple of Creator songs I've heard, which you have sent me in links, and I thought actually that don't sound too bad, but yeah, for the bulk of the time I really don't like them much at all.
Oh, well, you've got to listen to some now.
Yeah. Well, I think this is one that you sent me a link to, and this was one that I thought was okay. I mean, I wouldn't say I was a fan. I'm still not going to go and buy any Creator albums, but it was certainly a lot better than anything I'd heard before.
I'll tell you what's funny about the song I'm about to play. You know, not 5 minutes ago when you said about bass not being seemingly as important in thrash metal. This song starts with a bass by itself.
Okay, right. My powers of prediction, yeah, they extend far beyond Elite Dangerous, don't they? Yeah. Right, Give us a blast of this then. Yeah, that was definitely one that you had sent me before, and I was thinking exactly the same thing here as I did when I first heard it. That intro was fantastic, and it wouldn't have sounded out of place on like a power metal album. And let's face it, German band, and the Germans are the masters of power metal.
They invented it, didn't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah. And it sounded great. I mean, these blokes, they can fucking play, no question of that. But then the singing starts, and for me, it ruined it.
Yeah, see, I mean, with a lot of thrash metal and sometimes death metal as well. I mean, I've got a mate who I played him some Bolt Throw, and he went, "No, I can't listen to it because of the vocals." Whereas for me, if I don't like the vocals on something, I just kind of mentally fade them as another instrument and just totally ignore them.
No,
I can get past it.
Yeah, I do that with an awful lot of stuff, and I can do it with a lot of thrash metal. If I'm not keen on the vocals, I can just like say blank them out, treat them as another instrument. I do that with a lot of opera because, of course, it's all sung in a language that I don't understand. So I treat the voice as another instrument. I don't know what it is about Creator. I just can't do it with them. I think because his voice is okay. I don't like it, but it's very strong. It's very powerful. It almost overpowering, which seems like quite a statement when you hear, like, you know, that guitar sound and that drumming in particular. Drumming is very powerful in that production. But yeah, it just for me doesn't suit it, you know.
Yeah, it's all right, mate. It'd be boring if we all like the same thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
it would be, you know. You know, you'd end up like Nick Clegg, wouldn't you? Saying,
yeah.
£5 million a year to say yes, Dave.
Yeah. Well, that's a great note to end that album on, isn't it? So there we go. That is Creator, Violent Revolution. Your number 9.
That is my number 9, yeah.
Right, now, my number 9 is the one album that I mentioned not that long ago that didn't come from that great era from 86 to 92. This one is much more recent, and this is a band that I know of thanks entirely to you.
Shall I go to the M area?
Yeah, you should, yeah. quite low down in the M area, I think. Yeah, it is Municipal Waste. And the album that I have chosen is Hazardous Mutation that you've got right there. Now, let's face it, it's not the longest album you've ever heard, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, the longest song on there is 2 minutes and 38.
Yeah. And this is one of those albums where, I mean, let's face it, it's got, 16 songs. The entire album is just over 25 minutes. All the songs are incredibly short. I couldn't for the life of me tell you which songs are what, because it's one of those that I play from start to finish, just listen to the thing as a whole. And believe it or not, this isn't even their shortest album.
No,
their debut album was just over 15 minutes long. I think this was their second album, was it, this one?
Possibly, yeah. Possibly. I think The Art of Partying might have been their first one. Or was it Massive Aggressive? I can't remember now.
Yeah, that's it. I can't remember. Because I've only really been listening to these guys over the past, I don't think it's even been a year. And yeah, it was you that first sent me a link to it. I knew the name, and I knew they were on Ear 8 Records, but that was all I knew. And more or less within like the first 10 seconds, I was thinking, how the fuck did I let this lot sort of like pass me by? Because even though this was recorded in, there you go, 2005, it is real proper old school thrash. It sounds like this could have been recorded in like 88, 89, you know, when thrash was at its absolute prime.
No argument from me. I mean, I've only got 4 of their albums, but they're 4 absolutely solid belters.
Yeah, yeah. And it has to be said, the singer, whose name I can't remember, really is channeling the spirit of John Connolly, isn't he, whenever he sings? I mean, you would think this is a Nuclear Assault song, surely. It's okay, the fact that they sound like, you know, another band, not a problem. When that other band they sound like is Nuclear Assault, that's fucking all right with me, you know.
The thing is, you've got to pick a track. I mean, I mean, I will shut that because this has got quite a few tracks on it, considering how short it is.
Yeah. Right. Well, let's have a bash of. Well, with the title, we've got to choose "Unleash the Bastards," and the fact that it's 1 minute 56, we may even fit the whole song in.
Well, we probably will fit the whole song in.
Yeah.
Here we go then.
All right.
Resistance is futile, all means request. Bodies are in power, we try to shame. Get through the motions, my pain is well. You from us grave, the new house of war. Mechanical bastards, repeat the flesh. Destroy the master, forget the kill. Destroy, yeah, we'll react to fools. Punished by your tools. For all your leaders to die. Die! Electrify hate, the blood in their circuits will fry. The time is come for all your leaders to die. Die! The blood of your circus will fry. Bring on the war, unleash the bastards, prisoners no more. Destroy the masters, we take tonight. Destroy mankind, those that revolt. We're employed by our guns. Mechanical advance. Rise up, but it's too late. You should have stood up when you had a chance. In other words, a living hell of smoke. To this all you smell the ground, it's what you hear. It's by the sound of your defeated step. I wasn't willing fighting for the different way of corporate or overload. I quit and walk
Can't argue with that, can you?
I'd say if Nuclear Assault and DRI had formed one super band, they'd have sounded like that.
They would have sounded exactly like that.
Yeah.
And that's it. The thing to remember, this is a band that was formed this century. You know, it's not like a band that have got back together. I mean, the singer of that band is in about 3 different thrash metal bands.
Yeah. What's the band that he's in that did the song Miserable Failure?
Oh, and that's something Elvis or something, the name of that band.
I can't remember, but that was another great song there. And I've got the album somewhere here. And if I could have remembered the album and the band, they may have snuck in ahead of Municipal Waste there. But, I mean, they sound quite similar. So whichever one of those bands I'd have gone with, you know, it would have been a great choice. Yeah.
I mean, it's quite nice that you've gone for something I introduced you to as well. So
this was quite the eye opener. I was of the rather stupid opinion that thrash was nigh on dead. So all the thrash that I was listening, as my list will make rather evident, is all like old school stuff. I didn't know it was still being done. And then you sent me the link to this lot, and
yeah, thrash never died; it just had a bit of a sleep.
That's it. It's sort of proven that.
Well, I mean, you think about it. If you actually go from rock and roll through metal all the way through, and then you go through thrash's little 6 years of massiveness, there's probably the same amount of drum beats in 6 years of thrash to 50 years of rock and roll. So...
Yeah, absolutely. So there we go. My number 9 there, Municipal Waste, Hazardous Mutation. So we are on to your number 8.
Right, well, I'm going back from that to 1993, and to a band that has their roots in a few other bands. There's strong links to suicidal tendencies. Don't worry, Mike Muir's not singing. And if I could remember my alphabet,
that would be a good idea.
Uncle Slam. Not a band that many people know. They only did 3 albums and then they departed. They did 2 thrashy albums and 1 that was a little more funky, but the middle album, Will Work for Food, I think is absolutely superb.
Now this is another one. I know the band. I think you sent me a couple of their songs a while ago, and they didn't really sort of stand out for me. They weren't terrible, but they weren't particularly memorable.
Well, one of those songs I sent you was a cover of Led Zeppelin's "Dazed and Confused." So I mean, I was fighting an uphill struggle with that straight away.
A thrash version of Dazed and Confused. Well, actually, it wasn't really a thrash version, was it? But
I mean, some people consider this like a crossover band, like Suicidal Tendencies, like DRI, of them sort of ilk, early 90s skateboard music, whatever you want to class it as. To me, this album in particular just sounds like a solid thrash album. It's got all the elements of thrash that it would ever need. It's got great guitar work, solid drumming. I don't think the singing's terrible at all. Or vocals, whatever people want to call them. I mean, don't expect Freddie Mercury, but but yeah, this is just one of them albums that one of my mates bought on either vinyl or CD back in the day, and it was one that we all taped. It just hit a chord with the circle of friends I was in. We all really liked Uncle Slam.
Yeah, actually, you saying that about they sounded a bit more like a crossover band certainly does sound familiar. I think that was something that struck me with the songs you sent me, and rather like Municipal Waste we just had, yeah, I could hear definite sort of DRI influences in them. Mind you, I mean, DRI influenced so many fucking bands, you know, around that sort of time, so it's not that surprising, really.
No, and I mean, as far as I know, DRI didn't actually do that many albums themselves.
No, they didn't. No, I had two.
One.
I can't for the life of me remember which ones I had, because I mean that was another one where, you know, you had an album, it lasted maybe half an hour and there was like 30 songs on it, for fuck's sake. So yeah. Anyway, we are straying a bit from this one. So, what are the particular highlights then of this one?
Well, much like the other albums, this is an album I tend to play in one hit. But if I had to pick some out, Left 4 Dead, Face the Fight, the title track, Cold Fire, and I do like their cover of Dazed and Confused, because I didn't have a track list the first time I listened to this, and it come out of nowhere.
So I bet that really must have been quite the surprise. I'm pretty sure Left 4 Dead was the other song you sent me.
It's possible.
So, well, I think if you're going to play us a blast of this, which you certainly are.
Well, I was going to go for the title track.
I was going to say, yeah, give us something new. So, okay, yeah, let's have a bit of the title track from here.
I got nothing to call my own. Nowhere to sleep, I got no shoes on my feet, so alone. Got me an alley when I babble away my night. It's me God that I put when I see in the sight. Big time, no time for me. Social life was only a mystery. Good life, no place for me. Alright, I will work for good. I will work for food. I will work for food. I will work for food. I fight a war on the streets every day of my life. Pick a jazz, you got it to keep me alive. People stare like I'm took a freak on the loose. I'm gonna take what I see, it's the way that I choose. Big time, no time for me. Social life was only a mystery. Good life and no place for me. But it's alright, I will work for good. I will work for good.
There you go. You can either like it or you ain't.
Actually, honestly, I thought that sounded pretty fucking good.
Perhaps I should have sent you a link to that.
Yeah. So you sent me that song, and yeah, it'd be a different matter then. They'd probably be on my list by now.
But that is for their first two albums, Say Uncle and We'll Work for Food. That is pretty much the sound of both of those albums. So it was a toss-up as to which one I was going to put on my list, because I like them both. But I think it's the fact that I know this one better. Their third album is still really good, but it's less thrashy. It's still good, solid metal, but it's slightly less thrashy. Like he sings a bit cleaner, and some of the songs are a bit slower. I mean, it's still a worthy thing. I mean, I'm quite sad they only made 3 albums, and it took me a long time to find the album When God Dies, and I wasn't disappointed. You know, it was like they'd moved on, but it took me a long while to find it. They're really hard albums to find.
Yeah, So I've not heard any of well, the only songs I've heard are the two you sent me from this, and now, well, the extract from that one. That's it. Yeah, so far they seem to be a bit hit and miss. They go from sounding pretty fucking good, like that one just there, to sounding not bad.
Well, for this album in particular,
it's not too shabby a track record, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, for this album, it's their hit and hit for me. I mean, that's why it's on my list. You know, it's an album I really, it's an album that's one of my favourites.
There we are, the Panther number 8, will work for food from Uncle Slam. Now, my number 8, I think, is a bit more well known, to put it mildly. It's now considered a bona fide classic among thrash albums. That's going on the assumption that you would consider it thrash. I can't think of it being anything else. But I know some people say no, it's not thrash. It's also become somewhat of an infamous album due to the title.
I'll tell you what, if you say it's the Black Album on Metallica, I'm fucking leaving now. That puts me in an awkward position, doesn't it? No, thankfully it isn't. No, infamous, but for very different reasons. It is Stormtroopers of Death, and it is Speak English or Die, which I'm sure you have. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, of course I've got it. It's a must-have. Scott Ian and Dan Lilker take the piss.
It's so you've got two current members, as they were, of Anthrax, Scott Ian and Charlie Benante. You got Dan Lilker, former Anthrax, and you have Billy Milano. I guess I've got to say, I always thought Billy Milano was a bit of a cunt, really. But it's an album that, it wasn't taking itself seriously at all. Nothing about the album or the band was in any way serious, and I think far too many people took it far too seriously. They were having a laugh. Yeah,
you got to remember, Charlie Benante and Scott Ian, to appear on an album called Speak English or Die, they're two Americans. They're American Italians. They're American Jews. You know what I mean? They're not. They're not like these shaven-headed white supremacists. It is taking the piss.
And so many people miss the point, I'm fucked if I know why. The other thing with this lineup, as soon as the album starts, you can instantly hear its trademark Scott Ian guitar sound, it's trademark Charlie Benante drumming, and it's absolutely trademark Dan Lilker bass sound. I mean, even if you didn't know the lineup, as soon as you heard like the first 10 seconds of March of the SOD, you're going to be thinking, hang on, that's Scott Ian playing guitar, and that's Dan Lilker on bass there. It's just instantly recognisable that their individual sounds there, and you put them all together and you get a classic.
Yeah. How did you know I'd have this album?
Yeah, I mean, it was a real shot in the dark, that one, wasn't it? Fucking hell.
Put it this way, this album there was another album with, I think Dan Lilker was on that. Was he on MOD?
I think you might have been, yeah.
Yeah, now that album would, even though I think it's funny, that would certainly be considered offensive in this day and age. Whereas this one's just having a laugh.
Yeah. I didn't think MOD sounded quite as good as the SOD one. No. I'm just also having a check. Have you got the original pressing, or have you got the later version with all the extra live tracks and that on it?
Let's have a look. I will shut the picture down.
Okay, final track there, Diamonds and Rust. So yeah, that's the original pressing, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did like a reissue with a load of extra live tracks. I think there were a few extra studio tracks, and it ended. I think it had like 33 songs on it in the end. So there's quite a few, you know, like bonus tracks added to it, and together I think they added about another 10 minutes to the running time or something. You know,
10 minutes.
Yeah. As far as like classic tracks that stand out, I mean, there are so many.
This is another one you play from start to finish. I mean, it's only about half hour long, isn't it? So
that's it. I mean, it is such a short album. I've always had a particular soft spot for the Ballad of Jimi Hendrix, because anything that takes the piss out of Jimi Hendrix is all right by me. I am not a Hendrix fan. Yeah, fucking sue me.
Even.
But for me, the best song on the album, and it's the best song by a distance, I think, is Kill Yourself, which it's another one that, especially these days, the fucking woke generation would find it so fucking offensive. You know what? I think that's something that makes it even better, you know.
And seeing as it's only 12 seconds over our 2-minute thing, you can probably have all of it as well.
Yeah, I think we should certainly have all of that one. Any other particular standout highlights for you?
The title track is good. I quite like Freddy Krueger. Premenstrual Princess Blues is another one that would go down well today. That's another one.
To be honest, I find Premenstrual Princess Blues a bit stomach turning. I mean, it's basically the riff of March of the SOD again, with some lyrics that just, yeah.
Yeah, obviously, you know, fuck the Middle East is it's not going to go down too well these days. I mean, I'm not going to say whether I agree with that or not, but it's still funny.
Yeah,
because it's supposed to be. It's a comedy album, literally. It really is a comedy album, but made by people that can really play.
Yeah, and they prove it throughout, you know. So, as well as appreciating the humour, which I certainly do, this is very much my kind of humour. This, it's also, you know, absolutely great musicians, and they are playing fucking great thrash right the way through from start to finish.
Yeah, I can't argue with it.
Okay, let's have Kill Yourself in all its glory.
What a classic.
It's a fucking great song. One other highlight I forgot to mention, one of my favourite lines in any album is in Fist Banging Mania with the line, "Save that fucking shit for bands like Motley Crue." And yeah. So there we are, my number 8 there, Stormtroopers of Death. There was never any doubt that that album was going to be appearing on my list somewhere. Right, on to your number 7.
Right, my number 7, is this the earliest album on my list? Yes, it is. This is the earliest one on my list, and it's 1986.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll fly up this way a bit. Make everyone seasick from my incessant scrolling. My number 6 is Doomsday for the Deceiver by Flotsam and Jetsam.
Now, I'm not the biggest Flotsam and Jetsam fan because, well, for the same reason I'm not a big fan of Creator. I'm not a big fan of the vocals. Don't hate the vocals as much as I hate the vocals in Creator stuff. But this is probably the album of theirs that I know best, so it has that advantage. Is this the one that Jason Newsted played on?
Yeah, it was his last album he did with them before he went to Metallica, and then they didn't let you hear his bass. For some reason, considering he was like one of their major songwriters. But they're still going now. They're still going. They've just recently put out some new stuff. That's still pretty good. Still thrashing along.
Yeah, again, that's another one that you sent me a couple of their latest tracks, and still, I mean, when I heard them, I just remember thinking, if this was instrumental, it would be fucking great. Again, it was the vocals that, for me, rather let it down, but this is one of those bands where I can sort of ignore the vocals and just treat it as another instrument. So they're not, they're not a band that I can't stand, but they're one of those where I'll listen to the guitar and the drumming and that and think, yeah, this is pretty good, but I don't find it very memorable.
I do, funnily enough.
Yeah, I kind of figured that, yeah.
Right, well, if I close that down so we can have a quick look at the tracks.
Right.
They got into a bit of trouble on this album for track number 9, Der Führer, spelt wrong on purpose.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's yeah, I was going to say they have spelt it wrong, but I didn't know it was on purpose.
Well, they got into trouble because the chorus is pretty much Sieg Heil, all hail, and what it is, it's basically a song about how bad and how wrong Hitler was. The last line of the song is, "We hope he never lives again," meaning that Nazism doesn't rise up again. And yet they got a load of flack for doing a song that had Sieg Heil in it. And it's a story. It's the song of how bad Nazism and what Hitler done with Germany in World War II. And yeah, they caught a load of flack for it, but it's still on the album. They basically said what it is. Fuck off.
Yeah, you know, and so they fucking should. Why should they take a song off an album? Because people who listen to it are too fucking stupid to know what it's actually about. Especially when the last line does rather give it away if you haven't already figured it out already. You know, it's like people like that really fuck me off. It's the same mentality as those who, you know, kept saying that I made a number of the beats. It's an album about Satanism. We should all burn it. You know, oh fuck off.
Yeah. It's just fucking stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit difficult for me to pick out a track that really stands out because, I say, it's an album that, I mean, I didn't have this album back in the day, but you know, 3 or 4 of me thrash metal mates back then all had this, and they were all quite big fans of it. So I heard it often enough, but I seem to remember Desecrator was one that most people were like really raving about, and I think a lot of people are also quite big fans of She Took an Axe, and I think again it was the title that they rather took a shine to.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a song about Lizzie Borden, not the band, the actual person.
Yeah. And I guess we can't sort of ignore the fact that there is a song on here called Fade to Black, but yeah, it's not exactly like the Metallica song of the same name.
Well, it's nothing like the Metallica. I mean, the standout track for me on this is Metal Shock, but it does take a while to get going, and I've got a couple of songs like that tonight, so I will chuck out something like Desecrator because it is a good thrashy song.
Okay, but yeah, so Metal Shock is another track in particular you would recommend people go and check that one out.
Absolutely, it's literally the story of World War III, and Metal Shock is basically a great big creature that comes out and saves the world by getting people to bang their heads and stuff like that, which sounds stupid, but when you hear it in the context of a song, I used to dabble with creative writing, and I actually started writing a story called Metal Shock based around the lyrics of it because I thought it was an interesting science fiction concept. But I never got round to finishing it, as you do with these things.
Yeah, yeah, around the 90s, I was churning out a fair bit of writing myself. I must have done about half a dozen sort of novel-length stories. Never even got close to actually, like, you know, looking at getting them published. But I did get them proofread by professionals, and I got some pretty good feedback from them. But yeah, I never did anything about it, you know. I don't even think. I mean, to prove how long ago it was, I was using some cheapo, like I think it was a Brother word processor that saved everything to floppies. I don't even think I've still got the floppy disks anymore. So yeah, they're all gone. Anyway, we are. I am rather straying from the yeah point here. Let's have a blast of the Desecrator then, eh?
Okie dokie. There you go. You've been desecrated now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, haven't I just? Yeah, it's definitely one of those songs where it has me thinking I'd much prefer this if it was instrumental. So I don't detest the lyrics or the vocals, but yeah, I would rather they weren't there.
Yeah, obviously I like them. It was, when we was all getting into thrash when I was a teenager, because we'd come from sort of like Maiden and that. I think this is one of the bands someone recommended, and I bought the album on vinyl, and we'd been listening to loads of more gruff sounding singers, like Creator, like Tom Araya and stuff like that. So to hear a thrash album that had really clean vocals on it at the time, it was just something that stood out as being different, and I really liked it for that.
Yeah, the vocals, the singing style, to me sounds like it's come from something like a Judas Priest album or something, rather than a thrash album. I'm not the biggest Judas Priest fan going, which might explain why I can't get on with the singing style in this. I don't know.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because I remember the general consensus when I was a kid growing up, in my teenage years, that thrash metal was the power of Black Sabbath, the speed of Judas Priest, and the distortion of Motorhead. That was how thrash metal was summed up when I was younger, and it's like, well, maybe that's why you can hear a bit of Priest in some of it.
Yeah, I can kind of see where you're going with that. Yeah, you're not a million miles away from the truth there, are you?
No, not really. So yeah, that's my number 7, wasn't it?
Number 7, right, there we are. Now, my number 7 is the first of the big 4. So they're a bit low in my list, actually, being way down in number 7, but there we are. And it is Anthrax, and I had a hell of a time picking or trying to decide which Anthrax song I was going to go with. But in the end, I did go with Among the Living. Now, why as low as number 7? Here's the thing. Anthrax, I think, are a fucking great thrash band. No one can deny that. But if we're just going through comparisons of like the big 4, I think Anthrax have the weakest singer of the 4 in studio. When it comes to live, it's the other way round. They have the strongest, because I find there's very little difference between Joey Belladonna's singing in the studio and singing live. Now, you compare that to someone like Dave Mustaine, who can certainly pull it off in the studio, but I think he's one of the shittiest live singers I've ever heard. So, for the most part, it's, again, the singing style that is the only reason why I have Anthrax this low down.
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, I do like Jay Belladonna, even though I like some of the Anthrax from the John Bush era. I'm not going to take anything away from John Bush. John Bush is a fantastic singer. But I remember when they announced that Jay Belladonna was coming back, and I put the lyric video, wherever it was, on Facebook, when Facebook used to let you put videos straight on instead of putting links on there. And I just put up Jay was back, and a mate of mine put up, what, no love for John Bush at all? And I was like, yeah, I've got plenty of love for John Bush, but he's not Joey.
Yeah.
And when I got into metal, really, I mean, I started, there's a few bits and pieces I liked, but I really got into metal in sort of early 88, that sort of time, when I was 16. So this hadn't been out long, obviously being 1987, and this was one of the first thrash albums that I bought. I'm not going to mention what the other album is in case someone else has picked it, or if I've picked it or whatever. But I bought this and another album on vinyl on the same day, and they were the first ones. And this, I'd never heard anything like it, and it absolutely blew me away. How, I mean, by today's standards, with some of the some of the death and black metal and some of the really heavy groove metal that come out in the 90s. This doesn't seem that heavy anymore, but at the time when I first played this was like, Jesus Christ, what is that? Absolutely done me.
Exactly, because at that time, because I think we were both getting in metal around the same sort of time. I think it was about sort of like 87, 88 for me. And like so many people, I started off with like, you know, Maiden, Motorhead, and Halloween, you know, and I stayed with that sort of stuff. And then it was suggested to me, oh no, you want to try thrash metal. And yeah, this I think was the third thrash metal album I bought, and yeah, every time I put it on, I thinking, okay, right, so this is going to be another sort of like Maiden type album, but it's going to sound a little bit heavier. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. And yeah, I hadn't, I'd heard 2 albums like this before, but with a very, distinctly different vocal style to the 2 previous ones. And yeah, I mean, it's a great album. I mean, during this sort of era, so like with Anthrax releases, they had Spreading the Disease, Among the Living, and then was it State Euphoria, and surprise, surprise, for me it was having to choose between those 3 albums as to which Anthrax one I was going to pick. And up until like 3 days ago, it was going to be Spreading the Disease, but in the end, I plugged for this.
I must admit, I was expecting when Anthrax appeared in your list, I thought I was going to be playing Madhouse. That's just what I thought.
Well, funny you say that, because Madhouse is my favourite song on Spreading the Disease. And yet, none of those 3 albums contain my favourite Anthrax song.
All right, what is your favourite Anthrax song then?
Well, it's very specific. It's Metal Thrashing Mad, but it has to be the version that is on the Alive and Kicking, the EP that they did with, well, it was Joey Belladonna singing the version of Metal Thrashing Mad on that. It has to be that one, not Alive and Kicking. What am I talking about? That was some shitty fucking children's Saturday morning thing, wasn't it? Alive and Dangerous, wasn't it? Yeah, that was it. Fucking hell.
I thought that was Thin Lizzy.
Whatever it was fucking called, right? It was on that, right?
I know the version you mean. It's all right.
Yeah.
No other fucker does, but I do.
No, that's it. Yeah, one person does. That's all that matters, you know. Now, as for highlights of this album, it would be quicker to go through the songs on this album that I'm not so keen on, which is A Skeleton in the Closet. I'm not big on that, and I've got to admit I'm not big on Indians, but the rest of it, even Equally Confessing, yeah, they're all fucking great.
Yeah, well, no argument from me at all. I mean, I do like Skeleton in the Closet, and I do like Indians as well. I mean,
right.
It's a great album.
Best song on the album? I think I know what you're going to say, but...
Well, for me, the best song on the album would be I Am the Law.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to say, yeah.
Because I think that was the first song I'd played where I actually noticed swearing. And as a teenager, swearing's great, isn't it?
Well, let's be honest, at 48 swearing ain't too bad, you know. Yeah, I Am the Law, absolute 100% nailed on Anthrax classic. I would say that's the second best song on the album. I do think Imitation of Life shades it, but it is close between those 2.
Yeah, I can't argue with it. I suppose I could put the album cover up big as well.
Yeah, it's not the greatest album cover, is it? I mean, it's clearly based on the what's his name from Poltergeist 2.
It always makes me think of Equinox by Jarth.
Well, yeah, I can see why you'd think that. Yeah, I would imagine. I'm going to stick my neck out here, but that's probably about as close as Jean-Michel Jarre gets to influencing an Anthrax album. I'll go so far as to predict that one. I may even be right this time.
You may be, you never know. So I have a feeling you're going to suggest Imitation of Life.
I am indeed, yeah.
Which is no bad thing. Absolute classic. Yeah. I do find it strange though that you like Joey Belladonna, but you're not so keen on the singer from Flotsam and Jetsam, because I kind of think they're in the similar sort of register.
They're similar, but there is enough of a difference there for. So yeah, Joey Belladonna I don't find anywhere near as bad. So it is only a slight difference, but it is enough of one. So I do think with thrash metal, the sort of rougher the voice, the more it suits it. Until you get too far that way, because then you get Creator. So there's sort of like this sort of like narrow band where I think the vocals are right, but you go too far either way, and no, it don't really work for me, Yeah,
that's an absolutely solid choice, mate.
I mean, with this album, you'd be hard pressed to pick a song that is awful. I mean, even if I do think that Skeleton in the Closet and the Indians are the two weakest songs, I'm not saying they're shit, not at all.
No.
So there we are. That is my number 7.
So I'll be doing my number 6 now then.
Yep.
My number 6 is Among the Living from Anthrax. So I'm not.
It was Gallo, right? Okay. So what is it about this album you like then, eh?
Well, the bit I really like about this album is I Am the Law. So we are going to hear that.
Yeah, we're going to hear it after all. Yeah, okay.
I mean, do you want to talk about the album again, or should we just go straight into it?
I don't know. I mean, what is it about this album that really sounds? I mean, is it Joey Belladonna's voice? Because his voice is quite, unique. Apart from Flotsam and Jetsam.
It is very unique.
I could always talk about the narrow band of vocal style again if you really want me to.
All right, I'm playing the song. You fucker. See, now that has got a added bonus to it. I don't think 2000 AD, the comic, was very well known outside of the UK.
This is a point, actually, the exact point I was about to make. 2000 AD is a very British comic, isn't it? I don't know how well known it was in America, and then you get an American band doing a song about its like main character.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's because obviously, you know, Anthrax have been going a few years and they'd toured over here, and being fans of comics, I mean, I'm sure on the sleeve notes they they describe 2000 AD as a British paper, a British comic paper, and yeah, I'm fairly certain that this song brought Judge Dredd to a wider audience, you know, outside of the UK, because obviously. Yeah. There would have been American comic book fans, like, you know, looking at the liner notes. What's this about? Hang on, and you know, I mean, 2000 AD is massive now. I mean, you had the Stallone film, you had the Carl Urban film. There's supposed to be an animated version with hopefully Carl Urban doing the voice in the works. So, yeah. If anything else,
like, I think there's also been like about 2 aborted attempts to do a Judge Death film. Let's face it, people, 2000 AD fans are absolutely crying out for a Judge Death film to come along. I don't know if it will ever happen though.
No, I don't know. I mean, I like both the films they made.
Not big on the Stallone one, but yeah, the second one was better.
The thing I liked about the Stallone one wasn't so much the story or the way it was done. It had the look, whereas the second one had the story and the feel right, but it just looked like big tower blocks in a today setting. If you could merge them two together, yeah,
you'd get it right then. Yeah,
you'd get it right. Yeah, yeah. You just don't need someone going, oh! As as much as I like Stallone, that was poor the way he delivered that.
Yeah, and I must admit, I do go with the majority there. What the fucking hell is he doing? Take the helmet off, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So that's my number 6.
That's my number 6, yeah.
Number 7.
Yeah, so yeah, we went into that one quite in depth. Oh well, we'll go on to my number 6 then, and it's Anthrax. No, it's not. No. Right. Well, this is one that I'm sure you know very well. Surprised this band hasn't had a mention yet. I can only assume you've got them higher up in your list. It's Testament, and this is another one where I was really struggling to decide between 2 albums.
Well, I haven't got a lot of Testament, so I'm hoping that it's going to be one. Well, I say that I've got a few.
I'm sure you've got, yeah, you have got the one I chose. You've got the 2 that I was choosing between. And I went with The New Order.
Now that is a classic. That's another one I bought on vinyl back in the day.
Yeah, I had this on LP. And this was, I bought the LP and I bought the Trial by Fire single at the same time, despite having never heard anything by Testament at all. It was purely on, I think actually it was reviewed in a copy of like Metal Hammer or something. And I just thought, oh, this sounds pretty good. So I went out and got it, and fucking, yeah, I got a bit of a result there.
I mean, I bought this from Woolworths. I remember it because I think it was like $5.99 on vinyl, and in the same section they had Testament's Live at Eindhoven EP for 49p. So I bought them both at the same time.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't say no to that, could you? You know.
No.
For the record, the albums I was choosing between was this and Practice What You Preach. But I went with this one because, as good as Practice What You Preach is, I just think there's something about this album that it has like a better quality. I think the songs are better overall. With Practice What You Preach, I think the title track is one of the greatest thrash songs I've ever heard. The trouble is the rest of the album doesn't really, the quality isn't up there with it. So Practice What You Preach really stands out. On here, they keep the like great songwriting right the way through. There are very, very few songs on here that I don't really rate all that highly.
No, I'm the same. I mean, this was the first Testament album I bought. So, yeah, much like you, I hadn't really heard any Testament either. It was just a case of, I mean, what me and my mates used to do, we used to go into like Woolworths, or there used to be, I think it was an hour price at the time, in a place like where I used to live. And we used to go in and we used to just buy stuff by what we looked on the album covers and what the band looked like on the back. So, you know, if they was covered in makeup and hairspray, we'd think, right, well, that's probably glam. That's not what we're into.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just used to do it. So, you know, I'm basically going to Woolworths or whatever, and yeah, that looks pretty good. I'll have that. And then another mate would buy something similar, and then, you know, we'd basically tape trade off the vinyl records and whatever.
Yeah. Great way of finding new stuff. 9 times out of 10 it worked out quite well for me. Couple of instances where it definitely didn't work out for me. That was when I bought Extreme Aggressions from Creator and I didn't like it. It was also I bought 2 Cannibal Corpse CDs at the same time. Fucking hell, what a pile of shit they were. So yeah, that
I can go worse. I can go worse.
Go on.
I had on vinyl Emperor's Return, the EP by Celtic Frost, which is a fucking fantastic. So then I went to the record shop, and without looking at the back, I bought Cold Lake.
Oh no!
Needless to say, I don't own that vinyl anymore. I got rid of that. Jesus Christ! What a turnaround!
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you think, what the fucking hell have you done? It's it was to Celtic Frost what Headless Cross was to Black Sabbath. It's like, are you this is not the same band, surely? I've been given the wrong record here,
Well, it's when I got home and I put the record on the turntable and I looked at the back cover and it's like, why do you look like you've got hairspray? Why is Tom G. Warrior standing there with his shirtless, with his flies open? Not you couldn't see anything, but he's got the button and the top of his hose. And then the record started. And there's a bit of rapping on it. It's like, what the fuck is this? I only ever played it all the way through once, and I'm not sure if it's actually still in my record collection because I know we was playing a game of poker and I'd run out of money and I threw it in and everyone was complaining that that wasn't worth what was in the game.
Yeah, to be honest, their complaints were entirely justified.
Yeah, I'm no argument, mate. But yeah, so it doesn't always work. Being the case for you and Testament and me as well, it did work very well. Yeah,
definitely. As for album highlights, like I say, the album is fucking great, almost from start to finish, and yet it's only number 6 on my list, which I think says more about how good the top 5 are than how not good this one is. If I had to pick out any highlights or a highlight, the best song, I'd have to go with Disciples of the Watch. I just thought that was the first song on side 2, and it was just fucking fantastic song.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, if I was choosing one, I would probably go with Trial by Fire because I really like that a lot.
I had the single of it. I stupidly gave it away to somebody because I had the album and I thought, oh, why? I don't need the single. Why the fuck did I do that? Apparently, if you've still got that single, it's now worth a fair few quid. Yeah. I mean, Trial by Fire, fucking great song, but I mean, say that about everything on this album. So if I was going to choose a song to play, it's got to be between those two. We'll go with Trial by Fire because we both rate that, seriously well.
Okie dokie. Classic, mate. Absolute classic.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, a good way to bring the first half to a close. So that is where we've been just generally going through the albums. But for now, we'll be going through them in a bit more detail. Okay, right, we survived the official Kazi break, so we're now into the top 5. So this is where we'll be going through the albums in rather more depth. So, hit us with it then. The Panther number 5.
The Panther number 5 comes before T, but it's after that. Panther number 5 is South of Heaven by Slayer.
Okay.
Now, this was a really hard choice. There was 3 Slayer albums I could have chosen from. It's this, the one before it, and the one after it.
And the one after it, yeah.
Now, I've gone slap bang down the middle because this was the first Slayer I ever heard. So, I do definitely have a soft spot for it. And this is literally when I'm saying we used to buy albums to see what they was like. My mate Steve, I'm still friends with him today. He bought this. I don't know if he read about it in Kerrang or Metal Hammer or something like that, or he just bought it because of the art. But he bought this, and this was like listening to Anthrax for the first time. I had never heard anything like it, and I liked it, and I liked it a lot.
Yeah, yeah. I'd heard quite a few Slayer albums. Well, I say quite a few. When this came out, this was the last album of theirs I'd heard, even though when this was out, I'd never heard them before. Do you remember? I think it was in '89. There was a program, Arena, on BBC, and they did the heavy metal special. You know the one, yeah.
I know the one. Who was that bloke on there? Was his name Mitch or something? You can't play Iron Maiden at a million miles an hour. Of course you can. What a twat.
Yeah. Yes, I remember him. Yeah, sadly, all too well. But they had 2 Slayer live, well, I say performances. They played the start of them, Sound of Heaven and Raining Blood. And that was the first time I'd heard Slayer. And I just thought, fucking, yeah, I've got to get some more of their stuff. Unfortunately, it was also the first time I heard Napalm Death, and the very next day I went out and bought everything. Well, I'll say everything. Their 2 albums and the Pure sessions that they'd done. But it totally transformed metal for me, because I had never heard anything like Napalm Death before, and overnight I became a massive grindcore fan. And although I was like big into thrash at the time, you know, I like Metallica, Megadeth, Anthrax, you know, and all the others that we've mentioned so far, you know, Testament, blah blah blah. I always kept thinking, is this as heavy as it gets? You know, is there, like, you know, more to come, or is this is like the maximum? Then Slayer came along, and it's like, okay, yeah, it does get heavier than this. Of like the, for lack of a better word, mainstream thrash bands, Slayer by far are the heaviest of the lot. But with this album, I think they had a slight, and I do mean slight, change of direction. It was a bit more melodic, and they sort of reined things in a little bit, especially in comparison to the album that came before it. I don't think it suffered for it, but I don't think it's quite as good as Raining Blood.
I think the actual song itself, "Raining Blood," is Slayer's magnum opus. They've not done a song as good as that. But as a whole album, I think the fact that I heard this one first it makes the difference. I mean, you know, not to take anything away from Raining Blood, I've got it twice on vinyl. You know, but there's just something about this album I really like, whether it's the line "bastard sons begat your cunting daughters" in the song "South of Heaven" itself, you know. Because this was like the first time we'd heard stuff like this. This is what I was saying to you about songs with swearing. It's like, I can't. Did I just hear him say that? Yeah. It's just a great album. Do I think it's Slayer's best album? No, that probably is Rain in Blood. But this is a list of my favourite albums, and this is probably still my favourite Slayer album. It was touch and go between this and Rain in Blood and Seasons in the Abyss as to which one I'd pick. And when it came down to it, this is the one I've known longest.
Yeah, I find, and this video so far has certainly been proving it, when you find like a new band and you really like what you hear, it is nearly always the first album you buy is the one that really sticks in your head, and it's the one you remember the most, and it tends to be your favourite. That was one of the reasons, again, why I chose, you know, the New Order by Testament, because it was the first one I had, and I just thought it was fucking great. I mean, South of Heaven is, it's a great album, plain and simple, but it's not my favourite Slayer album. For the moment, I'll say no more than that, shall I?
Okay, well, I'll get rid of the picture and we'll have a look at the song.
We'll have a look at the track listing. So it opens up with South Heaven. What a fantastic way to start the album!
Isn't it?
Truly magnificent song.
It is, because if you consider the way Rain in Blood closed out, if you've got the original pressing of it, and then it starts off, South of Heaven, it starts off slow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't stay slow for long, but it starts off slow.
No. Best song on the album, would you say?
I am a massive fan of Dissident Aggressor, which is a cover of a Judas Priest song, but wouldn't say it's the best song on the album. Best song on the album for me, oh dear, it could be any of the first five. I do like Behind the Crooked Cross.
I would say South of Heaven is the second best song on the album, but I mean it is great. It was the first song that I'd heard from this on that arena program, and so yeah, once buying the album, it didn't disappoint. Slayer are one of those bands. They are fucking great live. They just sound so good.
I saw them live, supporting Iron Maiden of all people. How about that?
What a fucking lineup! Iron Maiden supported by Slayer. Fucking, I'll have some of that.
Well, yeah, you would have liked it. I mean, we've spoke about it before. Before Slayer come on, there was another support band which was Entombed.
Oh,
Entombed, Slayer, and Maiden on the Brave New World tour. That was cool in 2000. That's a lineup.
Yeah, that is a fucking serious lineup now.
3 completely different bands as well.
Yes, it's totally different, metal genres. But actually, you think about it, that lineup fucking works. I mean, that was a great choice.
I mean, Entombed are verging on death. And then you've got Slayer.
Oh, they are death. They're out and out death metal tunes, yeah.
And then you've got it gets slightly lighter with Slayer. I've never that's a sentence I never thought I'd say. And then of course Maiden, down the middle heavy metal. They're not thrash, speed or otherwise. So it was a good lineup. And they did play South of Heaven and Rain in Blood. They basically played the Slayers best of the year 2000 basically, but a lot of it was from 3 particular albums. So so anyway, it starts off with a title track, which is a strong start. And then you've got Silent Scream. Now that's I believe Slayer got some flack on this as well, because I wouldn't say it's an anti-abortion song, but it's kind of is.
It's to me, I mean, I'll say now, I think for me this is the best song on the album. I love the speed, the aggression. It's a real hard back to sort of Raining Blood style for me, this one. It's it's not an anti-abortion song. It's a realist's view of abortion. It's describing what it actually is, you know.
Yeah.
It's like they're very much on the fence, but we'll also make sure you know how grotesque it can be, you know.
Yeah. And then that takes us on to what I think was the first single, wasn't it? Live Undead. Was mandatory.
Yeah, I know Mandatory Suicide was a single. I didn't know this was even released as a single.
I'm pretty sure Live Undead was a single as well, or at least a 12-inch pressing you could get of it.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. A rather late title track to a previous Slayer album. There we go. Live Undead, yeah. Live in a studio in front of a crowd of like half a dozen people, yeah.
And then you've got Behind the Crooked Cross, which is definitely a highlight for me. It really shows off just how good a drummer Dave Lombardo is. He literally, the only other person I think, or there's probably two other people that could have played drums on this song as well, and that's either Keith Moon or Neil Peart, maybe Nico McBrain, but I don't think there's many drummers in the world that can play along and use the drum as an instrument rather than a beat keeper, like Dave Lombardo does in this song.
Yeah, I mean, you get no argument from me regarding how good a drummer Dave Lombardo was, stroke is. When it comes to like thrash drummers, it's really difficult for me to say who I think is the best thrash drummer, but there are three that really stand out, and of course Dave Lombardo is one of them. The other two will get a mention later on.
Also, I bet Lars Ulrich ain't one of the others.
No, he's not in there, no, shockingly. But yeah, the other two do get a mention later on, you can be sure of that.
Yeah. So then we got Mandatory Suicide.
Mandatory Suicide, which, yeah, I do remember that was a single.
That was a single, yeah.
I wasn't that big on this one, to be honest. I'd say this is one of the weakest songs on the album. I just find it doesn't really go anywhere or do very much. It has... It's not like, Harvester of Sorrow, it's nothing like that, but it is a very sort of like mid-tempo, very un-Slayer-like song to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's probably why it was released as a single, because it's kind of got a more radio-friendly tempo to
it. Exactly, yeah, it's certainly the most radio-friendly song that I think Slayer had done up until that point, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a favourite. It's not terrible, but I do think it's possibly the weakest song on the album.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. It probably is the weakest song on the album. That doesn't make it shit. It's just not as good as the others.
Yeah, it's just not as good as the rest. Ghosts of War. I'm trying to remember. Was that was the first song of side 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the one that starts with a load of wailing guitars, as far as I remember.
Yeah, which well. It's a rarity for Slayer to have them in, I know, but yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure on this album, Kerry King basically made all the solos up on the spot, which was great for spontaneity, but a pain in the arse when he had to play them live.
So here's a question which I guess you knew was coming, but we'll hit it with you anyway. Kerry King, Jeff Hanneman, who was the better guitarist?
For technical ability, I would say Jeff Hanneman.
Yeah, I think he definitely had more talent and more ability than Kerry King. But Kerry King had the aggression. He was able to play fucking fast and really keep it up. Well, I say that as if Hanneman couldn't, but he when he was playing guitar, you could almost hear like a difference in like the aggression coming from it. Hanneman definitely had the better actual playing ability, and you know, technically far better than King was.
I mean, they only did one album after we lost Jeff Hanneman, and they got Gary Holt in, and it's the album Repentless, which is up in the middle there. And it's a good album. It sounds like Slayer. It's good that they used all the songs that they had saved up, made one final album before they basically retired. And I think Gary Holt done Jeff Hanneman proud, because what a set of shoes to fill. And the fact that he had the stones to even attempt it, you know, I take my hat off to him. And it's actually a pretty good album. It sounds more like Slayer than they did all throughout the 90s with some of their not quite so good albums.
Yeah, which unfortunately there were quite a few of. I think Seasons in the Abyss was probably the last like really great Slayer album that I heard, but then I've not heard Repentless, so I can't say about that one.
Fair enough.
Right, and then we're going to Read Between the Lies. It's okay. It's not terrible, but I don't find it very memorable. But I have a feeling that is more to do with the fact that side 2 in particular was one of those I just let it play all the way through and I just listened to it as one.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I used to have, I'm pretty sure this was on one side of a C90, so it was like literally get on the bus in the morning, they go to college, and if this album was on, just play it all the way through, and then whatever was on the other side afterwards. So I would have listened to the whole thing, and obviously you sit on a bus, you don't want to be forwarding, rewinding through bleeding tape cassettes. So. Yeah, it's like I think Read Between the Lines and Cleanse the Soul kind of, for me, when I'm listening to it, they kind of sort of merge in together.
Yeah, that's pretty safe bet that was the same for a lot of people. But the last two songs did stand out a bit more. This Isn't the Gregor Aggressor always stood out for me, because to me, the title always made me think of Aggressive Perfector. I don't know why, because the two songs don't exactly sound awfully alike. But well,
it weren't years. Weren't until years afterwards I discovered that was a Judas Priest cover off of one of their early sort of like 70s albums.
Well, like I was saying earlier, I wasn't a big Judas Priest fan, so I had no idea it was a Priest cover. But I thought it sounded pretty good. I suspect I would probably prefer the Slayer version. I've never heard the Priest original.
You will prefer the Slayer one. I prefer the Slayer one because I heard the Slayer one first.
Okay,
but it's interesting that what they've done is where they're when he's saying like stab and fight, and you've got that guitar going, wah! Well, Rob Halford does that with his voice on the original, so it's very much like that cover of Cross-Eyed Mary I played you with Iron Maiden doing it, where they'd replaced the flutes with guitars.
Yeah.
It's that kind of cover. They've kept everything right with the song, but they've changed because you know Rob Halford's got a one-off voice, so they've changed parts of his voice, and they're doing it with guitars. So it is good. I will send you a link to the Priest one later, so you can tell me how much you don't like it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, right, we'll do that one. And then we get to Spill the Blood, which is another more sort of like melodic sounding song, which, you know, given the title, that was the last thing I expected. But I actually think this is quite a good way to end the album. Very unexpected way, but it does really well.
Yeah, it does. And it's also, I mean, it starts off almost acoustic, and you know, we've picked notes and that, and then you know, the actual chorus bit of "Spilled," where he actually used the line "Spill the Blood." Tom Araya actually sings that rather than his normal vocal style.
Yeah, which came as a big surprise to everybody, I think. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, and anyone watching, don't get us wrong. Don't expect this to be like Nothing Else Matters by Metallica. This is still very much a Slayer song. This just got some sung parts and quiet moments in it.
Yeah. One thing that you could always be certain about with Slayer, you are never going to get Nothing Else Matters from this lot.
No.
Okay, we've now got to choose which song from South of Heaven we're going to be playing.
Well, I mean, I already know,
because this is a tricky choice.
I already know which one I'm going to choose.
Go on.
I'm going to choose Behind the Crooked Cross.
Okay, yeah, let's have some of that.
Do you know how hard I found it not to air drum along to that? I mean, the drumming on that is something else, that's why I chose that one in particular.
One thing that I'd forgotten about until I heard that just then is compared to all the previous Slayer albums, even Rain in Blood, the drums, particularly the snare drums, sound much more prominent over everything else, which gave it a distinct sound. I wouldn't say it was better, but it wasn't worse either. It just made it makes this album stand out among like any of their previous ones in particular.
Yeah, it's like you know, a lot of the bands that you and I both like, they kind of evolve as they go along, but for the most part you can tell what band it is, but there's just that slight little nuance difference between albums.
Yeah.
Which I suppose is good, because I mean, I know you're not a fan, but I like AC/DC, and I bought their new album last year, and I read a review that said they gave it 1 out of 5 stars, and they said, "Oh, it just sounds like AC/DC." It's like, who the fuck did you expect it to sound like?
Yeah.
That's a good thing if you're buying an AC/DC. You don't want an AC/DC album to sound like fucking Boyzone or something like that, do you? So yeah, it does. It sounds just like Slayer, but it's slightly different to like Rain in Blood that was before it, which was well, I've got a feeling we may discuss that one later. So well, I'll leave any talk of that one just in case it may appear.
That might be a good idea. Yeah. One other interesting thing about this album is that, this was recorded at a time before Tom Araya started looking like he lives in a cardboard box under Blackfriars Bridge. So there you go. Right. On that note, we'll head over to my number 5, which is another of the big four. And this is it's the Metallica time, so they have made it into my top 5. Now, my choice of Metallica album might surprise a few people, because I was absolutely set on it being one particular album until a few days ago, when I decided to change it for one very good reason. So it is Kill 'Em All. And the reason why I chose this one is because, for me, this was the album that basically defined the archetypal thrash guitar sound. For years after this album came along, every band thrash bands that were recording albums, they were trying to get their guitars to sound like they do here. Some managed it, a lot didn't, but it was almost the template of thrash metal albums for a long fucking time.
Yeah, what a way to start. I mean, this was another one that was panned when it came out as just being a load of noise by a lot of the regular rock press.
Yeah.
But you had the likes of... I'm trying to think what magazines would have been around in 83. I mean, maybe Kerrang! I know there was a couple of magazines in particular that championed it. I can't for the life of me remember what they are, that didn't just say, oh, it's just a load of teenagers making noise, which it isn't.
No. No, it certainly isn't. It showed a lot of technical ability throughout it. Though I must admit, I do much prefer the real sort of like fast aggressive stuff in this. Okay, let's bring up the track listing, shall we?
I've seen an interesting picture of this cover before we come off of it.
Go on.
They've changed the word Metallica for Mustaine, and it says "wrote 'em all" underneath, and that's quite.
Yeah, I mean, how many of these songs are were written by Mustaine?
Well, a lot of them were on the demo, which I've actually got their first demo in one form or another. Obviously, we know about the mechanics and the awful lyrics on that, but I mean, there's a lot of on the first couple of their albums. There's a lot of Mustaine in the credits because they used to play it all live, didn't they? Before they went out and started recording. In the days when bands earned their record contracts by touring and whatever.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. So we start off with Hit the Lights. What a fucking intro. I would imagine in 83, this was probably a lot of people's first sort of taste of thrash. And... judging by the reaction that it got in a lot of the music press, yeah, it was very much an acquired taste.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is considered by many people to be the first thrash album, and there is a bone of contention for that, because apparently there was a German record that come out a month or 2 weeks before this that could also be considered thrash, but it never quite got the press that the Metallica release did. So this is really considered the first thrash metal album. I would myself say the first thrash metal album is Volume 4 by Black Sabbath, but that's a story for another day.
Okay, I wouldn't have said so, but well, yeah, that's yeah. I dare say that's a subject that will crop up again in a future video. So yeah, Hit the Lights. I think it's a great intro. I think it's a great song.
Yeah, it is. It literally says, right, this is what we're doing. Yeah. Are you ready? Go!
Yeah. It's relentless. I mean, I can imagine in '83, yeah, even among metal fans, they probably hadn't heard anything like this before. So, I mean, you can imagine, yeah, '83, people were buying, you know, let's say, like, you know, Saxon, Maiden, Judas Priest. And someone saying, oh yeah, there's this new band, yeah, Metallica. Have a listen to, yeah, this song, Hit the Lights.
I'll tell you what, the closest thing to this album is probably Motorhead's early live shows. That's the closest you can get to, I think, the sound of this album. Is really early. I mean, if you ever heard Motorhead do the song Motorhead live, Motorhead being an old Hawkwind song, doing it live, that's as close as you're going to get to this, and I think that's the closest anyone would have heard before.
Yeah, I think so. Because it's an album opener, because the song Motorhead was usually a show closer. This is getting things started, you know. Right, then we go on to the Four Horsemen. This is where I'll start to make myself
it's an improvement on mechanics, isn't it?
It's certainly an improvement on mechanics because, yeah, for one thing, the lyrics aren't fucking unbearably shit. But I am sick of this song.
Are you really? How did you manage to get sick of this song? It's not one that I've heard played. No, I'm being serious. I really like the Four Horsemen because I find with this album it's Seek and Destroy, which is the one that gets like mullered to death everywhere.
Well, we'll come to Seek and Destroy when we get there in the track listing. But I'll tell you why I'm sick of the Four Horsemen. When did you last watch Cliff and All?
Oh, a long time ago.
Okay, watch it again and see if you're not sick of the Four Horsemen by the time that finishes.
Okay, that rings a bell, actually.
Yeah, just about every song they do, when it ends, the next song, it's not again, you know. And so, yeah, that was what did it for me. So, yeah, not really a fan of it. But, yeah, certainly better than the Mechanics. I mean, even though it's played rather more slowly compared to the Mechanics, especially the version that appeared on Killing Is My Business. So I think it sounds better for that. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but the version on Killing Is My Business I think is played too fast.
It is a bit over the top, isn't it?
Yeah. Amazingly, it's not even the worst song on Killing Is My Business, which takes some doing. But that really is a fucking shit album there. Right, anyway, on to Motor Breath, which is a Metallica song that really gets overlooked. You never hear anyone mention this song.
Well, I actually think this is probably the weakest song on the album. For me personally.
It's not brilliant, not by any stretch, but I don't think it's the worst song on there. It's okay. It's another good fast tempo one, you know. So yeah, if you want just you're all out speed, then yeah, this gives it to you in fucking shitloads. But yeah, I mean, I think one of the reasons why you don't hear anyone mention it is that it's not a particularly memorable one. You know, it's there, then it's finished, and yeah.
Yeah. No argument with that. Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't know if they've played it live recently or anything, but it's.
I don't think I've ever heard them play it live. I mean, I've heard plenty of Metallica bootlegs, and I've never heard it played live.
No, I haven't. Not that I can think of. But yeah. For me, this is probably the weakest song on the album.
And for me, the weakest song on the album is the next one.
Jump in the Fire.
Jump in the Fire. Why the fuck was this released as a single? Of all the songs on this album, why this one? For me, it sounds fuck all like any of the other songs on the album. I mean, can you imagine if you'd bought like the single Jump in the Fire and you think, oh, that's all right, I'll go and buy the album. And then you go and listen to Metal Militia, and it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, I think both of those two could be considered filler, really. Motor Breath and Jump in the Fire. I prefer Jump in the Fire slightly, but yeah, they're kind of a bit fillery, them tracks.
Yeah, yeah, I'll go along with that. Now, do you want to know how to really piss off Metallica fans?
Go on.
Right, you say the following sentence. I think Cliff Burton's bass solo is fucking boring. technically, yeah, impressive. I can't. No one can deny that technically it's fucking amazing, and it's bass playing taken to a level that simply didn't exist before then. I don't think exists now either. I don't like listening to it. Every time it starts, I think, fucking get on with it.
Okay. I think anesthesia pulling teeth, coupled with whiplash, you've got to play them together. I think that's the best 8.5 minutes of the album. I absolutely love that bass solo. It's funny how different people like different things, but I absolutely love that bass solo. I remember when we was talking about instrumentals, and I said this was probably a contention for best instrumental, but I wouldn't say it was because it really is only drums and bass for most of it. But yeah, anesthesia into whiplash, that is probably my favourite 8.5 minutes of the album.
I mean, Whiplash, great song. Again, no thrash fan could ever say Whiplash is not a great song. But yeah, the bass solo. Do you remember when we did one of the Sid shows on the Main Meister channel, and Al chose a cover of a Chopin piece?
Oh yeah.
And I get a feeling he thought I was going to like it. The problem is I can't stand Chopin. And the reason I don't like it is Chopin's stuff shows great technical ability, but it's boring to listen to. This is the metal equivalent of Chopin for me. It shows unbelievable bass playing ability, but I just find it boring to listen to.
Well, that's fair enough, mate. I mean, for me, it's the complete opposite. It's I remember the first time I heard it, and it was like, "Fuck me, that's a bass guitar."
Well, that's the first time I ever heard it was on this album. I'd never heard a live version of it or nothing like that. I had no idea it was a bass guitar that was being played. Even though he says bass solo take one at the start, I had no idea that was a bass guitar. So, I mean, he's playing it like a fucking lead guitar. He's playing like a fucking lead guitar solo. I
mean, you've got to think when you hear this solo. All right, for you, it's, it doesn't really do anything for you. But you listen to the sounds he's making with it. That is a portent of things to come for him. The Bell Tolls, Call of Cthulhu, Orion, that Cliff Burton sound. And
now it's interesting you say that. See, with Orion, I think it works. His bass playing not only shows great technical ability again, but it sounds fucking good as well. I mean, Orion is my favourite Metallica instrumental. But I think what helps it is that it's not just him on the bass guitar. You've got everything else there. For the bulk of it, it is just bass guitar. The drums only come in much later on, and they're not there all the way. I mean, they certainly help it, but by that time it's too little too late. I'm already sitting there thinking, fucking, when is this ending? Yeah.
Well, we'll agree to differ on that. It's just one of them things. I mean, it's not going to piss. I mean, I'd have to be either a pretty poor friend or an absolute fucking tit to get the ump because you don't like something that I.
I mean, watch the downvotes coming in. When people watching this get to that part, yeah.
well, fuck them.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Whiplash. You go from one extreme to the other. Whiplash is a fucking great song. Yeah. What can I say?
The amount of pub metal bands I've seen playing this, where they change "We'll Never Stop, We'll Never Quit" and insert their own name in it, is laughable.
Yeah. And it never works, does it?
Well, it worked. It worked once. There was a band. There was a a girl I used to know from school. Only ever a friend, but she was a really close friend. And she wanted to go and see this band called Euthanasia that were playing in a local pub. And they played Whiplash, and they inserted their own name. And they played it so well. I think that's the only time I've seen a covers pub band play that song where it actually fit. It's like, well, no, I'll give them that because they knocked it out of the park with the way they played Whiplash. So, but yeah, normally it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, just say Metallica. It's their song.
Well, I do remember seeing one band. I can't for the life of me remember what they were called. They were only a local band, never gonna get anywhere, and they were a bit shit. And they took a bit of a cop out with this, but I think it actually worked. So with that line, it's yeah, they changed it to "We'll never stop, we'll never quit, we're not Metallica."
Oh, that works.
Right, on to side 2, and we get Phantom Lord, which is a song that I think deserves far more recognition than it gets. I think this is great, this song.
Yeah, it's another song you never see in the live set. I mean, all right, regardless of what we might think of Metallica's later output, they've got a lot of songs, much like Maiden. You know, they've got this huge back catalogue of songs, and they can't play everything live. Otherwise, they'd be on stage for 5 hours.
Yeah.
But Phantom Lord is one that should make the live list. They should learn how to replay that, because whether you like Metallica now or not, they can still play this stuff live. And Phantom Lord is one that should get back in the set list. It's a great song.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's the best song on the album, but it's in my top. That's in my top 3. I'd have Whiplash as third best. This second, we haven't reached my favourite yet. Yeah, I think you already know what my favourite is.
I know what your favourite. I mean, we've been what, mates for over a year now, and we've spoken a lot about music.
Yeah.
I know what your number one is. I already know what I'm playing, but we'll go for it anyway.
Right, okay. Well, with that in mind, let's go on to No Remorse. This is another one. It used to be something of a mainstay in their set list, and it's just disappeared. And no one seems to ever mention it. But it's another great song.
It's another great song. It's got good lyrics as well.
Yeah. I always remember on the Cliff and Moore video when they play this. It really does give you an idea of just how fucking loud they were when they were live. Because you've got Hetfield, standing right in front of the microphone, and it looks like he's almost shouting out. And yet you can barely hear him. It's like, this is No Remorse. And then he comes in, and it's absolutely fucking deafening. And you just think, I fucking wish I was at that show.
Yeah. Yeah, your ears were going to ring after an early Metallica show, especially when they were playing some of the smaller venues.
Yeah.
Could you imagine seeing someone like Metallica at the marquee on Historia? Fucking hell.
Oh, that would be a great show, especially if they were just going to concentrate on like their early stuff. Oh, that'd be a fucking great show, that.
Yeah. Although to be fair, I'd rather have seen them then as they were. But in 1983, I was 11. And I don't think my mum would have let me go to the Historia, and no. She certainly wouldn't have come to see them with me.
No, at 11, yeah, I don't think I'd have been making too many trips to the Astoria myself. But it would have been a hell of a trip, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Right, then we go on to Seek and Destroy. This is another song. I'm fucking sick to death of Seek and Destroy.
Yeah. I think Seek and Destroy is a fantastic song. I think it's absolutely brilliant. But it has been played to death, not just by Metallica, but it seems to be one that it's kind of their Run to the Hills, although it's not as good a song as Run to the Hills, but it's something that's kind of stayed live all the time. But it's one that other people will play. So, should we listen to some Metallica? Oh yeah, play Seek and Destroy. It's like,
Yeah.
what, again?
Yeah.
And I do like it. It's got a good riff. It's got a good tempo. It's got that classic dun dun da 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 da.
Yeah.
But it's just been played to death, and it's been ruined. I mean, as much as we pour shit upon the Black Album, I liked Enter Sandman the first time I heard it. At time 8026, I was sick of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the big problem with it. It's not a bad song. I remember when I first heard this album, I thought that song was fucking great. I had no idea I was going to be hearing it about another 20,000 times. You know, I am just sick to death of the fucking thing. To the point now where when I hear that opening riff, as good as it is, I'm just and I have to skip it now if I'm listening to this album. It's got to that point.
You know, back in the 80s, if you'd have said to someone, I haven't got a lot of Thrash, just do me a Thrash mixtape. You could ask 10 different people, every single one that put Seek and Destroy on there.
Every one of them, yeah, that's for sure. So, yeah, good song, but yeah, we both absolutely had enough of it. And so we go on to Metal Militia, and shall I give you a really big surprise here? This is my favourite song on the album, did you know that?
Fuck me, what a shocker.
The first time I heard this, I was like, fuck you, what? I'd never heard anything like it. Absolutely relentless from start to finish. I mean, bearing in mind, I already had the Ride the Lightning album, so I'd already been listening to like Fight Fire with Fire, but of course with that, you got that rather poncy intro. With this, there's no poncy intro. Right from the start, bang, it does not stop.
I mean, this, I've said, you know, the combination of Anesthesia and Whiplash would be my favourite on the album, but another day it could quite easily be Metal Militia. I mean, what a fucking song from that just that fucking chord at the beginning before it kicks in.
Yeah, it's I just can't. I just can't describe it. Every time I listen to it, I just think, this is fucking great. This is definitely one of my favourite Thrash songs of all time. And as good as the other 4 albums that are still to come are, they don't have a Metal Militia on them.
Well, yours might not.
Okay.
No, it is a classic, and I mean, like you say, Metal Militia. You know, as much as I like Whiplash, Metal Militia is the template for thrash metal. I mean, I can't even remember the name of that band in Germany that had a thrashy album out 2 weeks before Metallica. For me, as much as I dislike some of the band members these days and the way they were with, you know, Napster and all that sort of stuff going on. Although I understand their reasoning, you put all that aside. This album is why we're making this video. Is this album that started it, and Metal Militia is the template for thrash metal as far as I'm concerned. Yeah,
I couldn't agree more.
I mean, I'm assuming that's the one.
I was just going to say, which is why that is the song you're about to play.
How on earth did that band end up at Nothing Else Matters? For fuck's sake.
So it's hard to believe that the band that recorded Metal Militia in 4 more albums time were doing Nothing Else Matters. They were singing lyrics like "so close, no, it couldn't be much more from the heart." Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, the less said about that, the better, I think, really.
Yeah. How the mighty have fallen. Well, there we go. So, number 5. Kill 'Em All. The template of thrash metal, really.
Yeah.
Okay. On to your number 4.
Well, in that case, it's time to change teams. And let's have an album from the bloke that wrote most of that. And I'm going for Rust in Peace by Megadeth. What a fucking album. I mean, all right, it might not be everyone's favourite. The first, when I was saying about Anthrax, the album I bought when I bought Among the Living was So Far, So Good, So What. I bought them both together. But this come out, and this was... I know Megadeth are considered speed metal, but this is a thrash album as far as I'm concerned.
I've always thought that the speed metal thing was just Mustaine or Megadeth trying to make themselves sound like they're something different. I've always considered themselves thrash. I don't think the speed metal thing is I don't pay much attention to it.
Yeah, there's Vic Rattlehead, their very own Eddie.
Yeah, now, wasn't this the last album cover that Vic Rattlehead appeared on?
He's on quite a few of them still. This was the last one. I think he was on the back of Countdown to Extinction. I'm sure he's on Euthanasia as well. But then you had like Cryptic Writings and Risk, and I think he came back on The World Needs a Hero, and I think he's been, apart from Super Collider, I think he's been on most of their album covers again.
Okay, so he is more prominent than I thought he was then. I always thought that this was the last time we really saw him.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot. Well, no. I don't know what to say about that. No,
clearly not, no. For me, this was the last really great Megadeth album. They seem to lose something from Countdown to Extinction onwards. They've never really done it for me. But, I mean, if this was the last... I somehow doubt you're going to agree with that statement, but if this is the last great Megadeth album, they went out with a bang, I do think it's a fucking great album. Not flawless, but there are just so many fucking great songs on there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that. I mean, I didn't mind. I quite like Countdown to Extinction. No, it's not as thrashy as this one. Euthanasia kind of goes back a bit more thrashy, and then you've got the record companies interfering with them, and you've got Cryptic Writings, which is better than Load, and you've got Risk, which although Risk has some weird stuff on it, is better than Reload and St. Anger. And then you had the whole thing where Dave Mustaine kind of ruined the one of the nerve endings in his elbow or something, and he couldn't play guitar for a couple of years, so he disbanded Megadeth, fell out with Dave Ellefson. The less said about Dave Ellefson at the moment, the better. And when they had a bit of a tussle over the name, and Megadeth is Dave Mustaine's band name. And they started again. I think they've got better. Their last album, Dystopia, was such a return to form, but it's another one you need to listen from beginning to end, because if you pick tracks off of that, it's kind of like the quality comes and goes. But if you listen to it as a whole thing, then it's a solid listen from beginning to end, and it's not quite so hit and miss. But this album, for me, all the way through is the absolute bollocks.
Well, let's have a look at the old track listing and see how we go. And well, what a way to kick it off with Holy Wars and the Punishment Due.
Yeah. Everything about it, the start, the fact that you've got Marty Friedman's who specialises in all sorts of guitar playing his little sort of like well, it kind of sounds Middle Eastern, which is what they're going for with the song. And yeah, what a fucking way to open an album. It's like, it's another one them, yeah, we're going to kick you in the bollocks and then we're going to keep kicking you.
Yeah. It's quite an unusual way they structured this song. You know, starts off with that, you know, it's like absolutely all guns blazing. You get the slow part, well, I say slow, the sort of more mid-tempo part in the middle, and then it's back to, you know, yeah, kicking you in the bollocks again, you know. I must admit, when I first heard it, I wasn't all that struck on it. It was one of those songs that took a while to sort of grow on me, but once it did, it fucking did, you know.
It got me instantly. I just really, really like the guitar sound that it starts off with. That sound itself just totally blew me away. I was like, because I had all their previous stuff, and you know, Killing Is My Business is very hit and miss, more miss than hit in a lot of places.
I think shit is a more accurate word, but there you go.
There is some stuff on there that I like, and then you know, you had Peace Sells, which was a definite improvement. And you had So Far, So Good, So What, which was another step forward. And in this one, I mean, this lineup on this is this lineup's first album, and they kind of last then until Euthanasia. Oh no, actually until Risk. I think it's pretty much the same lineup, and it's the most stable lineup he had.
Exactly. I wonder if that had something to do with why, you know, they. Even though I'm not keen on the stuff that followed this album, I think, yeah, from here to Countdown to Extinction, wasn't that the first time they had the same lineup for 2 albums? Or, I don't know, was it the same lineup from Killing Is My Business to Peace Sells, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was. And then,
but after that, I mean, it was lineup change after lineup change. There were so many bloody changes. It was getting a bit ridiculous trying to keep up with it all.
Well, there was a lot of drug and alcohol use, wasn't there? I mean, as good as his drumming is on So Far, So Good, So What, apparently Chuck Baylor, you know, liked to imbibe a few things, and it was kind of cocking up what he could do. And I think Jeff Young was a bit of a show off and was always trying to upstage Mustaine, which you don't do to a band leader. I mean, that's just silly. No. Roger Daltrey doesn't do that to Pete Townsend. You know what I mean? So yeah, so this was the first one with this lineup, and then yeah, it remained stable until the mid-90s, which, considering the open and shut door, I mean, they had loads of lineups in between records that we never even heard about.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a good start, and then Hangar 18, what a way to follow it.
I think Hangar 18 is close to being a thrash masterpiece. I really have a hard time trying to pick my favourite song on this album. It's between 2. Hangar 18 is absolutely one of them. But the 2 songs in particular, they are both just so fucking good. I cannot choose between them. But yeah, I mean, I cannot fault Hangar 18 one bit.
No, it's classic. You'd fault it if you hear the remastered version, though.
What a fucking shit pile that was, eh? I couldn't believe it. What did they do to the drum sound on that?
Well,
apart from utterly fucking ruin it, you know.
Turn it up and ruin it. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It was like someone gave a toddler a load of fucking saucepans and said, "Here, I'll play along with that."
Yeah, it just sounds absolute shite. So
not,
yeah,
not
whatever
a
you
good
do,
way. Not a good way to fucking for the memory of Nick Menza. Let's put it that way.
yeah, whatever you do, if you haven't heard Hangar 18, which frankly I think is that's hard to imagine, but if you haven't, listen to the original version, not that fucking remastered shit.
No, it's piss poor at best.
Then on to Take No Prisoners, another great. It's a bit of a short old burst, but you know, it's perfectly titled because this song really does take no prisoners.
No, it doesn't. It thumps along well. Some like the chorus says, "Take no prisoners, take no shit,
take no shit." Yeah.
or as me and my mates used to say to the people that were into dance music at the time, "Techno prisoners, techno shit." But there you go.
Yeah. That's about right. All right, then on to Five Magics, and I am trying to remember. Obviously, I know the song, but I can't fucking remember it.
Give me alchemy, thermatology, master of all these, blah 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 blah. I think it's based on a book called Master of the Five Magics, which is a fantasy novel that's not very well known. So much so I can't even remember who wrote it.
So it's not some L. Ron Hubbard thing then.
No. But yeah, it's a song about someone mastering 5 different schools of magic. It's I think it's based on the book, but I don't know for sure. But there's definite similarities between the two.
Not exactly your typical sort of Megadeth sort of subject matter, really, is it? Yeah. It's quite a departure from what you would expect from them.
Yeah, it's definitely definitely different, that one.
I suppose when you go on from Five Magics to Poison Was the Cure, it's almost like it's continuing a similar sort of theme. But I do like this one.
It's another stab of quickness, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a short, sharp burst, and it doesn't disappoint.
No, it doesn't. I mean, this album doesn't really give you much cause to catch breath until you get to track 8, really. So,
So we go on to Lucretia, and like I say, it's I'm trying to remember, because I didn't get this album on LP. I only had it on CD, so I can't remember if this is the first song of side 2 or if Poison Was the Cure was.
I don't know. I've only ever had it on CD. All I do know is that Lucretia starts with something going or something to it.
Yeah, it's I think it could do without that.
Yeah, but, it wouldn't be missing if it was gone.
Yeah, I've always assumed it was a song about Lucretia Borgia, but if that was the case, why that sort of like, witch's cackle at the start? I mean, Lucretia Borgia was a lot of things, but she weren't a fucking witch, for fuck's sake.
No.
Mind you, that would also suggest that I'm like way off the mark in thinking, it's about that.
Well, I mean, how many other famous Lucretias do you know?
Well, exactly. That's why I assumed that's what it was about. But yeah, other than that start, great song.
It is a great song.
Yeah. But not as good as what comes after it.
No, it's not. What a fucking song this is.
Souls, and this is the second song of the two. I just cannot pick between Hangar 18 and Tornado of Souls. Easily the two standout tracks for me, even though plenty of others, Holy Wars, Take No Prisoners, all stand out as being great songs, but those two in particular, absolutely fucking fantastic songs.
Yeah, I mean, this has got a really good riff on it as well.
Yeah, and this is one of those few songs that makes you sort of think, actually, yeah, Dave Mustaine can sing, because okay, he's a good frontman and a good vocalist, but a lot of the time you do sort of think, oh, he's not a great singer. This song will make you change your mind about that.
There's one thing I like about Dave Mustaine's voice. It's that sneer that he has in it. He sneers his lyrics out.
Yeah, nearly all the time, yeah.
And I think the reason I've always liked and still like Megadeth to this day, even through some of their not quite so good albums, is I like Dave Mustaine's attitude. I know in the 80s and 90s, you know, before he found God and when he was like on a lot of substances, he could be an absolute arsehole. But I didn't know the man. I only knew his music. And musically, I liked his attitude. I liked the way he viciously spat his vocals out and that. So, yeah, for me, yeah, I know he's not very good live, or he never used to be. I haven't seen a live Megadeth cut for quite some time. But, yeah, it does show that he can actually sing when he wants to. And it's not bad at all.
No, not at all. No, an absolute bona fide classic there, Tornado of Souls. There we go, track number 8, Dawn Patrol. This certainly wasn't what I was expecting on this album. Don't think there's any guitaring at all, isn't it? It's all bass guitar.
Yeah, it's all bass.
Is it Dave Ellefson who's, well, I say singing, it sounds more like he's just speaking the lyrics. Is it Dave Ellefson?
Well, I've always thought it was Mustaine still.
Okay. His spoken voice is certainly very different to his singing voice.
Yeah, I mean, I could be totally wrong. I don't know. I've just always assumed it was Dave Mustaine. I've never
the only reason I assumed it was Dave Ellefson is because it sounds so unlike Mustaine's singing. So I've always assumed, oh, it must be someone else, and I just thought, well, surely then it must be Ellefson. But
well, it's every possibility, mate. I honestly don't know. In fact, I was this many days old when I started thinking about it now, because I'm thinking, oh, maybe you might be right.
It's a bit of a nothing. It's not terrible, but it's
kind of an intro, isn't it, into the title track.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, if you look at it that way, I suppose. Yeah. If you're going to treat it as his own track, I suppose you've got to say it's the weakest song on the album, because you know, there's an awful lot that's not there in it, really.
Well, it is. It's like you say, it's an oddity. The first time you hear it, you think it's going to do something else, but it's the same all the way through. So I've always kind of thought of it as an intro. But, you know, I could be wrong on that as well. I don't claim to be all-knowing or anything. But that's the way I've always listened to it. And, you know, talking of title tracks, what a fucking track this is as well.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite on the same level as Hangar 18 or Tornado of Souls, but, I mean, they are some lofty, that's a lofty bar to sort of aim at. It falls just short, but I do mean just. It is the third best song on the album for me. It's an absolute fucking stonking song.
It does. It also gets extra points for having the line "My rotten egg smell of death" in it as well. So assaults your nostrils. I mean,
you can't argue with that, can you?
No. Thing is, I've got to choose one to play here, and it's not going to be one of the ones that you've said.
Oh, what is it? Holy Wars?
It's got to be Holy Wars. I mean, what a way to start an album. So, if anyone's never listened to Megadeth before, this should give you an idea of what you're in for, especially if you listen to them from this era. Yeah, that's a great opening to an album. I mean, that's setting the stall out.
Yeah, and it doesn't, like, you know, it's not sort of like falsely getting your hopes up. You know, what you get there, you've got that from start to finish. Fucking fantastic album. Listening to it there almost makes me think maybe I should have done a bit of a change to my list, but no, I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, I mean, I you know, I've chose this album. That is my favourite song on the album. I mean, that's kind of where I'm going with all this. I'm going to play my favourite song, and this is a hard album to choose a song. I mean, you can discount Dawn Patrol because of what it is. It's like a weird bass thing going on. But you could pick any of the other songs and they would all have that kind of impact to play to someone that's never heard it before.
Yeah, yeah.
So I figured start at the beginning.
Why not? Yeah, great choice there. So that is your number 4. Now, my number 4 is a band called Megadeth. And it is So Far So Good So What. Now, this is a little bit of a weird album, this. It's got the production and the sound to it. I've never heard anything like it before or since. The drumming, I mean, I think it all sounds great. It's not another like And Justice for All where you know, the sound is shit but put it all together and somehow it works. This, I think it all sounds great, but it sounds weird. So the drumming, it all has quite a prominent echo to it all the way through, especially on the snare. And the guitars, they sound like they've got some strange sort of like effect on them, and it almost gives them a bit of a sort of like sci-fi sort of quality to them. I don't know if any of this is making any sense to you, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, this is like Megadeth's Somewhere in Time.
Yeah, it's you know, they tried something different, very different, and as far as I'm concerned, it fucking worked. And it worked fucking fantastically. Well,
yeah, I mean, this is the first Megadeth album I owned. Well, I still own it.
The first 2 Megadeth albums I owned, I bought them both at the same time. It was this and Peace Sells. Shock horror, this is the one I play far more often. Peace Sells has a couple of okay songs on it, but the rest of it's shit. This, though, yeah, this does not suffer from that.
No, it doesn't. This is a bona fide classic.
Yeah.
It was this. I was, you know, it was going to be this or Rust in Peace that I went for. So in a way, I'm glad I went for Rust in Peace. It means we get to play more Megadeth.
Yeah, I if I cover up the albums that are still to go, I can show you. You can't fucking see that. But yeah, it is on there. I didn't just, you know, make a late change. It was always going to be So Far So Good. So, but yeah, it was between this and Rust in Peace for me. So yeah, it looks like I made the right choice. You know, one way or another. But yeah, you know, superb. A lineup that, yeah, basically recorded one album and then totally changed for reasons that we've already sort of gone into. If there is a weak point on this album, for me, it's Chuck Baylor's drumming. It's not bad, but there's nothing remarkable about it.
You can see why they chopped him out for Nick Menza after this.
Yeah.
I should say the late Nick Menza.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, he could keep time great, but that was about all he did. You know, he didn't do anything remarkable. And Jeff Young, well, I mean, yeah, it was quite well sort of documented about, yeah, him constantly trying to upstage Mustaine, which, you know, like you said, you don't do that to, you know, the main band member. So it wasn't a good move on his part. I mean, he could certainly play guitar, but you don't do that. And obviously the cat out there agreed.
I heard that as well.
Right. Anything else to add before we go into the track listing?
Interesting album cover with built-in scan lines for us emulator fans. What a
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this came from like a video from a particular song or what, but yeah, it does really look like it's just taken from you know, like someone's photographed it from, you know, an old CRT television. Well, in those days, from a television, you know.
yeah. And the one thing that always strikes me about this album, and Rust in Peace as well, is that great big gold Megadeth logo. It looks great like that.
Yeah. Certainly a downside better than he did on the Killing Is My Business.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I often wonder how he got away with that as well, because there's another band that he used to be in that has a very similar sort of like a hook at the end of each end of their writing.
Yeah, it's yeah, there is quite the striking similarity, isn't there?
There is a bit, yeah. Right.
Okay, into the track listing, and we start with Into the Lungs of Hell. Now, as good as I think Orion is, as good as I think To Live Is To Die is, and even as good as I think Game Over by Nuclear Assault is, I think this is the best instrumental thrash song ever written.
You'll get no argument from me. It is absolutely fantastic. It's short, sharp, and to the point.
Yeah, and I mean, it almost sounds like I'm putting down the rest of the album by saying this, but I think even though it's instrumental, this could be the best song on the album.
It's a classic.
Yeah.
I mean, what a way to start an album. You know, I mean, like with the one we just heard, Holy Wars, that's got quite a long section on it before there's any vocals at all. So, I mean, the first time I heard that, I was expecting something similar because it took so long to start singing. But this is, oh, it's just great.
Yeah. It's just no other way to describe it. I've never heard anybody who likes thrash say anything other than, yeah, this song is fucking great. Which it is. It's not one that you hear mentioned an awful lot. I don't know if they do this live, but it deserves far more you know, recognition than perhaps it gets.
I think even though people would probably get sick of it, if I was Dave Mustaine, that would literally be my coming onto the stage music like a fucking wrestler every time.
Yeah, I was thinking that it'd be a great way to start off their shows. It should be a show opening song.
Yeah, if nothing else, I mean, like when you go to see Maiden, when you're waiting for the, you know, waiting for them to come on the stage, and you know, in between the band that's gone off and Maiden coming on, there's normally music playing, but as soon as UFO's Doctor comes on, it's like, right, you need to turn around and face the stage now, because after this the show starts. Yeah. They should do that within the Lungs of Hell on a Megadeth show, even if they play it over the PA before the lights go down. You know, but yeah, playing it live to start with would be even better. But if nothing else, such a great piece of music.
Yeah. So we go on from that to Set the World Afire. And for me, if Into the Lungs of Hell doesn't quite make it as the best song on the album, this does.
Sounds like we're going to agree on a lot of this. Oh mate, as soon as you got the little sort of like old-fashioned intro. I'm not sure who done that. I don't want to set the world on fire. And it's got a great build up, but as soon as the main riff starts, before Mustaine starts spitting his vocals out, what a fucking riff that is!
Yeah, yeah. It's another song just like the one before it, where I just cannot find fault with any part of it. It's just fantastic.
It is. And I mean, you know, the subject matter could as a younger teenager, the subject matter could have filled your pants up. You know, they're talking about nuclear apocalypse and that, which in 1987 and 88, when this come out, that was very much a thing we needed to worry about.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. And then, right, Anarchy in the UK. Now, I've got two problems with this song. Firstly, why does Dave Mustaine, instead of saying the word anarchy, constantly say ranarchy? And secondly, the song is called Anarchy in the UK, and yet he always sings Anarchy in the USA.
I have no idea why he does that. I mean the ranarchy or wanarchy, however he says it, that's just the way he says it. I think they had to call it Anarchy in the UK for reasons of being able to use it. But it does have the addition that Steve Jones of the Sex Pistols actually plays guitar on this track as well.
And that I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, so whether you... well, Steve Jones obviously agreed with the little changes they made here. Because, I mean, some of the changes are good. Because instead of council tenancies, he says cunt-like tendencies.
Yeah.
Makes me laugh. But yeah, no, Steve Jones is actually a third guitarist on the track.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Learn something new every day. Yeah, I had no idea about that. As a cover, I mean, how do you rate it?
Yeah, it's a pretty good cover. I mean, it's played and performed a lot better than the Sex Pistols ever could have managed. I don't mind the Pistols, but they were hardly a font of talent, really, were they?
No.
It was only really... well, I don't know. I mean, Steve Jones could play guitar all right, I suppose. I mean, but Sid Vicious was absolute rubbish. They'd have been better off sticking with, was it Glenn Matlock or whoever it was before him. Sid Vicious was just because of how he looked. But anyway, getting back to this, yeah, I think it's a good cover. It's like it's like the version of the song that the Sex Pistols wanted to make.
Yeah, especially with the another cunt-like tendencies lyric there. You sort of think, yeah, why didn't the Pistols sing that? I'm sure they wanted to. Well, they would have done if they'd come up with that line.
It's a lot better than council tenancies, anyway.
Right, there we go on to Mary Jane, the second single. I don't know which one they released first out of Mary Jane or Anarchy in the UK, but anyway, that's the two singles from the album. I don't know, but I always assumed that this song is about the old marijuana.
Well, I mean, you'd assume so. I mean, there's no reference to Spider-Man in the song, is there? So it's certainly not that Mary Jane.
It's okay. This not the greatest song I've ever heard, but it's all right.
Yeah, it's a bit slower tempo than the other stuff on there.
Yeah, a lot slow. Yeah.
I mean, we'll come to the other slow one in a minute, but it's another kind of. I don't know. It seems like it could be a reflective song upon drug use, but you know, without someone actually telling you it is or it isn't, you're not going to know. But yeah, the title would suggest it is.
Although, if that is the case, the cover of the single does seem to have rather missed the point a little bit. And it was always the cover of the single that made me think, well, hang on, does this mean it's not about bloody ganja, and it is about some woman who was called Mary Jane then, you know? So it's actually the cover art that always got sort of led to me being a bit confused about what this what the actual song is about.
Well, I mean, some of the lyrics are a bit I don't know if ambivalent's the right word to use, but I mean, it's like, was it from the earth up to the trees? I can hear her calling me. Now, is that I'm addicted to marijuana, or there's some bint that I've got to go who's living in the woods? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, answers on a postcard, you know. All right, then we go on to side 2, 502. Yeah, about car theft or whatever, isn't it? Joyriding
and speeding and that, yeah. And it's got the speeds to carry a song about cars.
Yeah. I only have one problem with this song. It's a stupid reason, but it's a reason that I've had for a long time. I don't like songs where the title is a number, for one reason. You know the song 409, which that is by the Beach Boys, isn't it?
Possibly.
Okay. Well, if you've not heard it, I'm sure you have. If you haven't, or if anyone watching this, like, go and listen to it. I have never heard a song sung with so little enthusiasm as 409. They really do sound like they are fucking bored shitless and would rather be anywhere but in the, you know, in the studio recording this. I mean, I've heard songs sung at, you know, fucking junior school nativity plays with more enthusiasm than I've heard 409 sung. And as stupid as it sounds, that has always put me off songs that have numbers as titles, because they always make me think of that fucking thing.
There's a bit I like in this song. They did it on Set the World in Fire, and that's where they turn an explosion into a really fast guitar riff. And I've always thought that was quite clever, the way that was mixed together.
Well, after the bit where you're hearing the car sort of like pull away and then crash, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's well done. I mean, one thing you can certainly say about the album, the production on it is fantastic. Even though the sound is a little bit weird, but fucking works well. But it's great. And yeah, stuff like that, it's done well right the way through it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not the most memorable of songs, but it's not shit by any stretch.
No, not at all.
And then we get to In My Darkest Hour, which I believe is Mustaine's song about when he heard the news of Cliff Burton's death, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what the story says. Doesn't really say much about Cliff Burton. I mean, before I knew about all that sort of stuff going on, I just assumed that it was about a girlfriend that had passed away or something, because of, you know, just the way the lyrics go. You know, in my darkest hour, you're not there, sort of thing. But you know, when you do find out the story behind it, you can kind of see where it was going, because I mean, until we had at loggerheads with Hetfield and Ulrich, I don't think I ever heard Cliff Burton or Kirk Hammett say anything really bad about Dave Mustaine.
No, I've, you know, surprise, yeah, I think it was Hetfield and Ulrich that were the ones that really held the grudge. I get the feeling that things have cooled now and everything's sort of okay between the three of them now, is it?
Well, I mean, they did. I mean, I must be going back anywhere between 5 and 10 years. They did a Big Four show, and at one point, they managed to get Jason Newsted on stage. You had Ulrich and Mustaine. We had all of Metallica, a lot of Anthrax, a couple from Slayer, and Dave Mustaine, and possibly Dave Ellefson, or that might have been when one of the Drovers was in the band before he came back again. And they basically were probably doing Seek and Destroy or something like that.
Yeah.
But they were all on stage together, playing a song. So yeah, they do seem to have buried the hatchet somewhat as they've got older, and well, you'd like to think wiser, but
yeah, you'd like to think that. Now, with regards to In My Darkest Hour, I know a lot of people consider it like, you know, the classic, almost the epic of the album. I think it's the weakest song of the whole album. It doesn't really work.
I like the guitar riff. It's a slow I like that. But I think it's a toss-up between this and 502 for the weakest song on the album. This one is more memorable than 502, but 502's more of a thumping thrash song. So it's an either-or sort of thing.
Yeah. I don't think Megadeth really do sentimentality, so it just doesn't work for me, really.
No, that's fair enough, mate. It's not my favourite one on the album by any stretch.
No. And then we go into Liar, another short, sharp burst. I've always had the feeling that Mustaine has someone in particular in mind about this, but I have no idea who it is.
No, I can't think of anyone famous that's robbed jewellery and hocked guitars. I mean that whole, I don't know, speed section of him talking, you know, start trouble, spread pain, piss and venom in your veins, etc. I do know the lyrics, but I'm not going to blat them all out now. That I remember when I was first listening to this album, trying to follow that on the lyric sheet is so quick.
Yeah. He certainly rattles them off at a fair old pace. The only bits I can really remember is diseased, health hazard, scumbag, filthy bastard. I did hear, but it was only a rumour, that it might be about Gar Samuelson. I don't know anything about it, but I do get the impression that he left under a hefty cloud.
Yeah, but who was the other one? Was it Chris Poland? Was Gar Samuelson was the guitarist?
No, Gar Samuelson I think was the drummer, and Chris Poland was the guitarist.
Because I know one of them's dead now. But I'm pretty sure The World Needs a Hero, when he was trying to get the band back after his arm healed up, one of them two, I'm pretty sure, is on that album.
Okay.
But I'm not sure which one. I'm not going to Google it at the moment.
Yeah, see, I mean, like I say, I'm not saying that is who the song is about, but I do seem to recall something about that it was about Gar Samuelson, but I don't know. I'm not going to say yes, it absolutely was, but
I'll tell you what, though, it's a great put down.
It's an almighty put down. I mean, whoever it is about, you certainly are left in no doubts that Mustaine doesn't hold him in very high regard.
And if they know who they are, after they finish listening to that song, they probably curled up in a corner somewhere and started crying.
Okay, then we go on to the album finale, Hook in Mouth, the anti-PMRC song.
With good reason as well.
So PMRC was quite new, wasn't it, when this came out?
It'd only been around a couple of years, and well, I mean, the court case they had, they decided to pick Dee Snider, didn't they? Because they thought he was a thick idiot. Unfortunately for them, just because Dee Snider wears fucking stockings and loads of silly makeup on stage, he's a very, very intelligent man, and he absolutely slaughtered them, didn't he? Yeah,
I mean, he made them look like fucking idiots, which, let's face it, they are.
Yes.
The whole PMRC movement, I think, is just a fucking waste of time. But unfortunately, they seem to be, their influence and whatever, if anything, seems to be growing, and they're getting worse. So,
I mean, at the time, I mean, they didn't manage to ban any records, which would have been a travesty. You can't ban art just because you don't like it or you disagree with it.
Yeah.
And what they did get through was a parental advisory sticker on the front, which Which I didn't think was a bad thing, because if it had a parental advisory sticker, I was more likely to fucking buy it.
Well,
so
exactly.
It backfired, didn't it?
Yeah, it was just like the whole Mary Whitehouse thing over in this country. If they complained about a television programme, in the same way, if the PMRC complained about a record, all they did was guarantee that more people would either watch it or go out and buy it like the next week. It was totally counterproductive.
Well, they weren't only picking on metal, because you had NWA.
A lot of rap stuff.
A lot of rap stuff got it as well. I think they tried to retroactively have a pop at Elvis Presley because of the way he used to dance in the 1950s. That wasn't suitable. I mean, they really went for it, but they come unstuck because, to cut a long story short, they tried to accuse a Twisted Sister song of being about bondage and sadomasochism, when Dee Snider said, no, that was about my guitarist's throat operation. If you're seeing porn in that, then it's you that's looking for it and you've got the problem. Yeah. And that kind of basically blew most of it out of the water, and all they got was a sticker.
Yeah. Mind you, I mean, you're seeing that sticker now on just about every rap album that's ever released. You're seeing it on rap now more than metal. So, why they continue to constantly target metal as being like, the one that needs censoring, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's, when you're talking, you're not talking about sort of like chart rap, because that's normally edited. I mean, I've seen parental advisory stickers on albums like for even people like Eminem. I mean, like him or not, he's good at what he does, and the stuff that released in the charts is normally radio sanitized anyway, so it can be chartable.
Yeah.
But they put a sticker on the album, and I don't remember him ever saying anything that bad, particularly myself. But yeah, it's a weird thing. But it created a bloody good song.
Yeah, I do like Hook in Mouth. Takes a little bit of a while to get going, because of course for the first fair bit of it, it's just drum and bass. But unlike Dawn Patrol, there is rather more to it, It does do, it does do something else that I am not that keen on in songs, where it spells out a word, so F is for R is for blah blah. It's a horrible fucking lyrical cliche that I don't like, but it does get away with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was about to say, hang on a minute, because this, I mean, I quite like the F is for fighting, R is for red bit, and I like the way, I particularly like the line, M, they will cover your grave in manure.
Yeah.
That's fucking superb.
I can't argue with that. No, it's certainly a lyrical highlight, that one. And it is a great way to end what is generally a fucking great album. Don't really have much more that I can add to it. So it does have a couple of my all-time favourite thrash songs, one of which we are about to hear. Bona fide classic.
Absolutely. Not really much more I can add to that. I mean, we really have got in depth on that one, and tangents and back again. Sex Pistols, Tipper Gore, everything's come into the front of this one. That goes to show what a good album it is, though, if we can talk about it for half hour or whatever. And on top of all that, there's 40-45 minutes of absolutely top quality music to listen to as well.
Yeah. Right. What song do I choose? Well, okay, I mean, it's an instrumental, but it's got to be Into the Lungs of Hell.
Well, I can oblige with that one. really didn't want to do that.
Yeah, that is one of the most painful stops of this video so far.
Well, I'm actually quite surprised you rate that as highly as you do, because I know you're not a fan of a lot of lead solo sounds, and that's literally I played, like, of the 2 minutes I played there, a minute and a half of it was like a solo over the top of the riff. So I was quite surprised you like that as much.
There is something about the way that solo is done. It gives it, again, a bit of a sort of like sci-fi sort of a sound to it, and I think that is why I like it. It does sound really good. The thing with guitar solos is, yeah, as you know, I'm not a big fan of them. But when I hear one that I think is good, I do tend to think, yeah, they are, like, seriously fucking good. So like, the bulk of them are at the other extreme where I can give or take them. But yeah, the few that I like, I think, yeah, just fucking superb.
Yeah, well, I can't argue with that, mate.
Right, well, we're into the big guns now, the top three. So, here's with it then. Your number three.
My number three. I'm just double checking my list. Right. I'm going to go up the alphabet. Quite a way. I'm going to stop at this section. And I'm going to choose Alice in Hell by Annihilator.
Now, this is another one of those bands, and this album in particular, that I'd forgotten about, and I was thinking, why the fucking hell did I, forget this? This should have been on my list.
I mean, this is... what a debut album. And I mean, Annihilator have done a couple of albums that haven't been so good. They've still been good. But Jeff Waters is... he is like the Steve Vai of Thrash. He's an unbelievably talented guitarist.
Yeah.
And, I mean... This debut album, you had the No Longer With Us, recently deceased Randy Rampage on vocals. He did this album, and then he left the band, and he came back for... they did a follow-up years later to this album, and he came back for that as well before he passed away. But this is one of them albums that got everything right. And, I mean, I saw Annihilator live on the tour for the next album, Never Neverland, where they were supporting Judas Priest on the Painkiller World Tour in, 1991? And Annihilator are just as good live as they are on record.
Yeah.
And, yeah, this, well, obviously, I've got it at number 3 in my list. This is an album I rate very highly.
This is one of those albums where, this is a debut. And like you say, what a fucking debut. And it does make you wonder, when, like, of the big four, Slayer's debut was pretty shit. Metallica, Megadeth's debut was total shit, if you ask me. This was just fucking fantastic. And it makes you wonder, well, why were they not, like, bigger? Why weren't they more successful? They never sort of grew beyond, like the sort of like thrash purists. No one else really sort of like gave them the time of day almost.
No, I mean, I suppose if you're a band from Canada, you're living under the shadow of Rush, aren't you, really?
Yeah, I suppose there is that, yeah. I mean, they are... that's a serious act to follow, isn't it?
Yeah, but, I mean, I follow Annihilator on Facebook, and Jeff Waters, who's the guitarist, founder member, he's also the singer now, the main man of Annihilator. I think he's the only constant member. I mean, they've had such a revolving door on their on their list of players. I mean, you could probably power a city on it if it's rotating that fast. But yeah, he's always posting stuff up on Facebook, and he'll argue the toss with people if they're being wankers, and you have people occasionally. You might got something that people disagree with, like current world events and that. If someone has a go at him for it, saying, "Oh, you shouldn't put politics on your band page," and that, and he says, "Why Why the fuck shouldn't I? It's my fucking band page. Don't like it, unfollow me. Fuck off. And I like Jeff Waters because of that.
Yeah, that sounds a good enough reason to like someone. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he doesn't simper to people to sell records. You know, if you disagree with him and he disagrees with you, he'll tell you as such, and then it's down to you whether you respect that decision or walk away crying like an arsehole.
Yeah. And let's face it, on social media these days, they're going to do the latter.
Yeah, they are. Right, so I'll get the track list up.
This is another one of those albums where I was already familiar with the band, and I already knew about the album, but I hadn't heard it until that Hard and Heavy Thrash video came along, because they were on that as well, weren't they? And that was the first time I actually got to hear them. And yeah, I think it was something like the following weekend, went out and I bought this, and yeah, great.
Yeah, it's a fantastic album, and I mean, to start with, the album opener, Crystal Ann, is quite possible, and I don't want to sound sappy or anything, but it's quite possibly one of the most beautiful pieces of music I've ever heard in my life.
Don't know if I would go quite that far, but it is one of those that really stands out. It's one of the last things I would expect to hear on a Thrash album, especially when you consider in '89 Thrash was sort of moving a bit more, sort of like you know, getting a bit more towards the even heavier side, almost sort of like straying towards death metal in places.
Yeah.
So I would not have, I was not expecting you know, a start like that.
No, nor was I, because all I'd heard of this is the bit on the Hard and Heavy video. Was that a bit of Alice in Hell?
Alice in Hell,
yeah. So I'd only really heard that, and then you know, one of us bought it. You know, we used to basically, our records used to do the rounds that way. We got more music out of it. And when I put this on, I was like, Annihilator, right? I can't wait for this. And Crystal Ann started, and it's a really, really beautifully picked instrumental thing. And it's like, I mean, you know, looking back now, it just shows how versatile Jeff Waters is as a guitarist. Yeah. But at the time, I was like, well, all right, I wasn't expecting that. And it just serves as an intro into the album. And then you get onto the title track, all right, Alice in Hell rather than Alice in Hell. But, well, it just takes off from here and it don't fucking stop.
Yeah. I mean, it may sound a little bit cliched, seeing as it's the title track and it was the one on that Hard and Heavy video, but I do think this is the best song on the album. Just something about it that makes it stand out. I couldn't pick out what it is about it that makes it stand out. It's just a fucking good song, you know.
I mean, I don't think it's the best on the album. Well, I should say it's not my favourite song on the album. I'm not going to take any away with it. It is a fucking fantastic track. I think it's the way Randy Rampage sings it, and you've got that kind of echoey screaming in the background, because it is kind of a horror story. So,
oh yeah.
So it kind of fits with that. Yeah, it's a great almost title track.
Yeah. As close to a title track as we're going to get anyway.
Yeah.
And then you get WTYD, and I can't remember what that stands for.
Welcome to Your Death.
Oh, okay, right. Why they didn't just call it Welcome to Your Death, I do not know. I really wish they had.
Perhaps the typesetters had enough of things like Schizos and Never Alone Parts 1 and 2, and they said, no, we're not going to fuck about with that.
That is a great title, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice balls out thrashy number.
Yeah. Let's face it, we could describe pretty much everything on here as that. But yeah, it's not one that particularly sticks long in the memory, or certainly not for me anyway, but it's not one that I would skip. But this is another album where, you know, I would basically put it on and I'd just listen to the whole thing.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. It's like trying to pick out the individual tracks on this, apart from the one in particular that's my absolute favourite. This is another album where you put it on from track 1 and you turn it off at track 9. I mean, all right, this has got 3 bonus demo tracks on it, but the original album would have basically been, I think it was 1 to 5 on side 1 and 6 to 9 on side 2, I think. Roughly about 20 minutes aside, something like that.
Yeah, so looking at the track durations, yeah, it's got to be in it 1 to 5 on side 1.
Yeah. But I've always had this as a full thing because I didn't have the original of this back then, so I would have had it on one side of a C90, so I always would have had 1 to 9 all the way through.
Oh, okay. I had this on LP, and I still couldn't remember how many songs it was per side. But yeah, I mean, you just got to look at the timings on each track. It's got to be 1 to 5. Side 1. So, well, we'll go on to Wicked Mystic, and yeah, I mean, it almost sounds like we're being a bit dismissive, saying, yeah, it's more of the same, fucking great thrash, but I mean, that's what it was, you know, all the way.
Yeah, as soon as you get past the intro on this album, with its slow acoustic picked intro spot, as soon as Alice in Hell starts, it's like, bang, in your face, all the way to the end of the Human Insecticide. It never lets up.
Yes, Human Insecticide, another great title. Well, I mean, with that in mind then, I mean, how about if we go on to, like, what would you consider the greatest song on here?
Human Insecticide. Without any shadow of doubt. In fact, I will go out on a limb now, even though this not my, you know, this isn't my favourite album or anything like that, I will go out on a limb now and say that Human Insecticide is the best thrash song ever recorded. It's better than Metal Militia for me personally. It is probably my most favourite thrash song of all time. It's just something about the riff and those long drawn out sort of like, well, they're not that long and drawn out. The bits where it's just someone whacking down a guitar like that and holding the note. It just works for me. It is my favourite thrash song. If anyone was ever to say to me, "Oh, can you do me a thrash mixtape?" I wouldn't put Seek and Destroy on there, but I would put this on there.
You would put this on there, yeah.
There'd be the opening track.
I certainly wouldn't put Seek and Destroy on there. I'd probably put Alice in Hell from this album on there, but yeah, no Seek and Destroy on my compilation.
So yeah, for me, that is not only the best song on the album, it's probably my favourite. Well, at the time of talking, it's probably my favourite thrash song ever. I think it's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, trying to come up with my favourite thrash song of all time, I've said Metal Militia is certainly one of them, but I've got some coming up that yeah, would certainly be giving that a run for its money as the best.
I mean, there's no detracting away from any of the other songs we've spoke about. This is my favourite. Is it the best thrash metal song? No, it's probably not. But it's my favourite, and that's what counts. So you know, you can't knock someone for having a favourite.
No, of course not. Well, I think we can safely say that is going to be the song that you'll choose from this one to play.
It's a fair bet.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else you want to add before we give that an airing?
No, it's every song on this album is different, but they're all real hard hitting thrash songs. You know, there's you know, I can hear the different tunes going in my head when I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
But it is an album that it's hard to separate the tracks and talk about them individually because you do what we've done. You know, track 2, Alice in Hell, excellent thrash track. Track 3, Welcome to Your Death, excellent thrash track, and on and on and on. And the album finishes with one of the greatest songs in the history of music.
Yeah. It is definitely one of those albums where, you know, anyone watching this, if you're not overly familiar with thrash, or if you are one of a lot of people who just stuck with the big four, this is absolutely an album you have got to check out. I've never heard anybody have a bad thing to say about this album. It mystifies me that Annihilator weren't bigger than they were and are.
I mean, that's the first one on there. If I scroll down, look all the way to Anthrax, there's rows and rows. You know, there's a good 20 albums. They've never stopped working, and some are better than others. And they're just a great band. They've always been solid, and even their newest stuff with Jeff Waters himself now on vocals, because I think he got fed up with changing vocalists every record. Their latest one, the name of which eludes me at the moment, but that is another fucking fantastic modern thrash album.
Yeah, I must admit I haven't heard anything by Annihilator for quite some time, so yeah, I'm gonna have to check out that new one myself.
Yeah, well, there's a video. Is the lead single off that was I'm surprised I didn't send it to you. It was about bullying, and I think it's Jeff Waters' daughter stars in the video, and she's getting bullied on the way from school.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you did send me that, and yeah, that was a fucking great song. Yeah, as soon as you started describing the video, I remember it.
It's a great video as well, because no one likes a bully, and she basically gets bullied, and by the end of it, she's taking him out with baseball
yeah, she just beats the fuck out of him. Yeah, yeah, can't argue with that. Okay, let's have a bit of human insecticide then.
fucking good. I didn't want to stop that.
I'll tell you what, that is for this album what Metal Militia is for Kill 'Em All. You know, there's none of this, oh, we're just going to, you know, fade out or anything. No, we're going out with a fucking bang. And
it's the last one of the album. It's an absolute fucking banger. And I mean, literally, I mean, the people talk about songs being a banger here and there. That is a fucking banger. That's why when anyone talks about any other form of music, only thrash has fucking bangers as far as I'm concerned. It's when I hear songs like that, I miss my great big mop of hair from my teenage years. I really want to shake my head around, but I think unless you're Kerry King, you can't get away without looking like a cunt.
I would agree with that.
But yeah, that for me is an absolute fucking classic, and yeah, and that's my number 3.
Fine choice. Yeah, absolutely. Now, my number 3. We're going to be moving down a fair bit from Annihilator. I'm amazed this band hasn't been mentioned yet, so I can only assume they appear somewhere in your top 2. This was one of the first thrash bands I saw live. I believe that's given you a big clue.
Well, I'm gonna hover where it might be.
Yeah, you're very close. Yeah, it is Sacred Reich, and this again another one where I was really struggling with what album I was going to choose. In the end, I went with The American Way.
Well, that's good because I've only got a couple of their albums.
Yeah, they didn't release a hell of a lot, but everything they've done, I think, has been fucking great. But for me, despite a rather infamous track, shall we say, yeah, this is their finest. When I went to see them live, they were supporting Sepultura, who are a band I can really give or take. I went there to see these guys, and they did not disappoint. They are fucking great live.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've met them. They're a nice bunch of blokes.
Yeah. I'm seeing the photo of you with, was it Greg Hall you were with?
Yeah.
And Greg Hall, I think, is up there with Dave Lombardo as one of the greatest thrash drummers of all time. When you look at him, you're like, who's that fat bastard there? Fucking hell. Not only could he drum, but he could fucking keep it up for a long old time.
I mean, I've got Surf Nicaragua on here. I've got it signed on vinyl. There's a bit in the actual track Surf Nicaragua where they're doing a bit of Wipeout on there, and there's a drum roll that Greg Hall does in that, and it's just like an ever-ending. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, just fantastic drummer. And I think a lot of the time it's the drumming that makes Sacred Reich really stand out for me. You know, I do think he was that good. Not that they had a particularly weak link. I thought Phil, I can't remember his fucking second name now. He was a great vocalist. Guitaring was great. You know, just a fucking good band.
Phil Rind, by the way.
That's it, yes. I always used to keep pronouncing it Phil Rind for some reason. Well,
it's spelled the same.
When you see it written out like that, and I'm used to Rind, so yeah, I've got a legit reason for it, you know.
Yeah.
Right. Do we go straight into the track listing, or is there anything you want to add about this?
Well, it's a great album. I mean, this come off the back of the Surf Nicaragua EP, which I like a lot. And the only other album was the one beforehand, Ignorance, which I've got as well, which is another great album. I would be hard pressed to choose between them.
Well, it was between those two. I just couldn't decide. It was pretty much a toss of a coin.
Yeah, well, there should be, if there ain't already, some new stuff by this lot. I mean, they're very active on Facebook.
It's they have already released it. It's not been very well received, but everything I've heard from it so far has been pretty fucking impressive. I think, again, there was links that you sent me to some of their new material. I just thought,
I did, didn't I? Yeah. Well, I think there might be more on the way. Yeah, but see, this is another thing that gets me with well, I know you don't like social media. I think it's Wiley Arnett's. It's either someone he knows, someone's related to, or his wife, or something like that. She's had some kind of brain injury or head injury or illness or whatever. So he shared. I think it's him. He shared a GoFundMe thing on the band's official page on Facebook. And why wouldn't you? When you weigh bills are for medication in the States, I mean, why not get out to as many people as possible? And all right, the majority of Sacred Reich fans are like, yeah, that's a good thing you're doing. We're quite happy to support that. I haven't got much, but here's $5 sort of thing. The amount of hate that they've got from other fans, oh, this is a band page. You shouldn't be pushing this sort of stuff on here. This is supposed to be about your music. And Sacred Reich are like, well, you know, if you don't like it, leave the page. No, this is our page. We'll do what we want to do. And it's that standard thing, the same as Jeff Walters was getting about some of the things that he'd put up. You know, if you don't like it, you don't have to follow this. You don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to comment. You can just scroll past. But no, people can't do that these days.
No, not.
Anyway, so whoever it is, best of luck. I hope they get healthy. There you go. That's my 2 pence.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Well, the album opens up with Love Hate. Great way to start the album. Do you remember? It was a couple of months ago. I sent you a. It was a song by Kong. I can't remember what it was called. You know, the sort of like rather weird prog metal band.
Yep, I remember it.
And I was saying there's a riff that they play in that, and it sounds a hell of a lot like a thrash song. I couldn't remember what it was. I was fairly sure it was Sacred Reich. It was this.
It was Love Hate.
The riff to Love Hate.
I'd have to play them both together again to listen to it, but yeah, I remember the song.
Yeah,
well, I remember seeing the song.
Yeah, this is a great album opener. Yeah,
well, there's not much more you can say about that. It's another one that sets the stall out. We're doing this. Have it.
Yeah. The weird thing is, because this was another one that I had on vinyl, and even though, to be honest, I haven't listened to it for a little while, I always thought it started off with the title track. And I was actually playing through this earlier on today, just because I knew I was going to be talking about it. And I was looking at the track listing, and I thought, have I got this track listing wrong? Because I was absolutely convinced it was going to be The American Way that started off. I can tell you exactly why I thought that, because when they played live, that was what they opened with, The American Way. They didn't even do Love Hate.
Yeah, I've never seen them live. I mean, to be fair, I haven't seen that many bands live. I mean, I have seen some good ones, but I haven't seen that many. Because I'm not over keen on crowded, packed places, so...
No, I'm certainly not these days. Back then I didn't mind it. You know, I used to like doing the old stage diving. But I certainly won't be doing that now.
Because if I did that then, the people would have just moved out of the way, let alone now.
Well, two particular stage diving incidents that I will never forget. And they were both at bolt thrower gigs. One of them got up and I sort of, launched myself, and the crowd just parted like the Red Sea, and I just went splat on the floor. I was fucking winded like fuck knows what. I could barely get up, and people were all pulling me up there saying, "Oh, that's great, go on, go and do it again." Oh, fuck off. No, shockingly, that was the last stage dive I did that night.
That would have been the last stage dive I did ever.
And then there was another show, it was another bolt throw gig. I got up there and, dived into the crowd. And by this time, I'd got in the habit, I would pick someone out and zero in on them. And I was just... Right, see if I can find someone like, okay, you're fucking catching me whether you like it or not, pal. Long start down there. launched into the crowd in there, and I must have brought down half the fucking audience. That to this day, that was one of the highlights of my life. That was. Right, we do seem to have strayed a little bit.
It's all good content.
Like track 2, The American Way, very simple riff, but yeah, it's fucking effective, and this is a great show opener. Not unsurprisingly, like so many, especially American bands, rock or metal, yeah, a song called The American Way, it's not saying how great it is.
No, it's not. It's you say about it's being quite simple. Now, I find that a lot with Sacred Reich. They play a lot of simple riffs, and they play them really well, and they really work.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost a Sacred Reich trademark there, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, Truth and Justice, The American Way is one of the lines of the chorus, and they're not there, like you say, they're not talking about how good and fair and loving it is.
No. When this album came out, the US president was George Bush. George was senior, and they did not make any secret of the fact they couldn't stand the cunt.
No. I mean, that I've got an old iPhone that I use as an iPod at work, where my boss lets us play our own music. So the guy I work with, my brother-in-law, he likes a lot of metal, but he likes some stuff like the Pixies and stuff as well. So I've put a mix on, and that's one of the Sacred Reich tracks that's on the work jukebox. Is The American Way, because it's such a good tune.
Yeah. Can't argue at all with that.
Isn't it funny how nothing changes though, and that's still very fitting today, you know, some 21 years later.
Yeah, and it's still, yeah, absolutely sums up the place. Going on to track 3, The Way It Is. This is weird. I was only listening to this album about like an hour or so before we started, and I've forgotten it. I know it was fucking great, and it's another one. As soon as it starts, I will remember the whole fucking thing. But
yeah, this is another one of them albums for me where I tend to put it on and just play it all the way through. But I mean, The American Way stands out to me now because I've got it separated from the whole album on a mix of like over 2,000 songs. But this is one of them albums I play all the way through from track 1 to 7.
Yeah. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
But yeah, I wouldn't say it was a filler track. It's just one of them. It's like with the Annihilator album. It's an album of solid songs, but trying to pick them out is, you know, after the first couple, and I don't want to sound like I'm being disrespectful to the album because it's brilliant, but it's got none of the songs sound the same.
No,
but it's remembering which one's which, and to remember which one's which, I'd have to sit here and go through the lyrics and get to the right. Yeah, there's that one.
Yeah. Well, there is one song for me that really stands out for the right reasons. Which is State of Emergency. I think that is, this is one of those, I think, rivals Metal Militia as, you know, one of the greatest thrash songs I've ever heard. It is fucking superb. And this is one of those that really does show off how good a drummer Greg Hall was. Or is, rather. It's fucking magnificent song.
That's going to be another one that's hard to press stop on.
Yeah, because you know full well that's the one I'm going to be choosing.
To be fair,
before that,
I choose as well. But,
okay, there you go. Yeah. Before that, you get Crimes Against Humanity, which is the sort of slow-paced song. It's like they're trying to do an epic. It doesn't really work for me. Yeah, it's a song that they, well, I would say they could do without, but let's face it, there's a song on this album they really could have done without.
Yeah.
But maybe if they'd made it a bit shorter, it does drag on a bit.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's the longest song on the album, and only by a second. But yeah, it is.
Mind you, I do think with State of Emergency, if they shorten that ending, which really does go on for a long old time, it wouldn't have been anywhere near 6 minutes 14 then.
No, they probably could have got it down to a 4-minute blast through, couldn't they?
Right, then you get Who's to Blame, which, it's another great one. It may not be the most memorable of songs, but it is another fucking great all-out thrash number.
Yeah, no argument on that at all.
Whereas the song after it, I Don't Know Now, that is memorable. That is a fucking superb song, that. I'm a huge fan of that one. I'd say it's the second best song after State of Emergency. I mean, State of Emergency really does set the bar really, really high. And I Don't Know, I mean, it's much simpler song than State of Emergency, but don't suffer from it.
No, I mean,
it's a fucking great.
The fact that it's, you know, almost half the time of State of Emergency, it is like a fast banging way to finish an album.
Yeah.
Except.
Yeah, I suppose we've got to mention it, haven't we?
Yeah.
Track 8. 31 Flavours.
Flavours spelt wrong, of course.
Yes, yeah. What were they thinking?
Well, they were trying to be all sort of, everyone should be happy with each other and everyone should like everyone else, and you shouldn't pigeonhole people, and we shouldn't be this and you shouldn't be that. So we're going to do this weird, I don't even know what it is. It's like pop, reggae.
I think it's pop music, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's
shit.
Yeah, it is shit.
I mean,
no other word.
It's a very brave thing to do. I mean, I thought Anthrax were brave with "I'm the Man," but Christ, compared to this, there was no risks taken with that at
all. When it started, because this will really surprise you, I've only ever heard this song all the way through once. The first time I played the album.
Yeah, I would say I've heard it all the way through once then, and I think I've played it a couple of times to people just purely so they can laugh at it. Because the thing is, if this was my album, I would have left a lot of silence before that started. So like on a CD, you know, they have like a few like extra tracks of silence, and they have like a bonus track on the end. I would have had it as 31 Flavours, bonus track, in brackets, We Were Fucking About. But it's on there like a... If you look at the track list, you've got no idea that's coming. You've just had this banging thrash out, and you think, right, one more song to go. This is going to be great. But what the fuck is this?
So when it starts, and you're thinking, my God, this has got to get fucking better, fucking fast. And then you get, like, you know, the keyboard sampled brass instruments, and you're thinking, right, they've got to do something fucking phenomenal now to make up for this. And then you start singing about flavours of ice cream, and you lose all hope. I
get the feeling you don't want to play this one.
You know what? I don't think I would choose this as my choice of song.
I mean, you've got to say, it does stand out.
Yeah, it stands out all right. Unfortunately, for all the wrong reasons. Yeah, it may have been a brave move, and it was an interesting idea. It wasn't a good idea, though.
No. I mean, it worked for what they were trying to do, but on the end of an album as good as The American Way, really, this should have been like a fuck about on the back of a single like Maiden's Black Bart Blues, you know, with Nico McBrain doing his Idi Amin impressions. You know, stick it on a B-side somewhere, not on an album like this. I mean, it's such a great album.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, we've spent like, you know, the last 5 minutes or so going on about how shit this song is, and yet the rest of the album is so good that even though it's got 31 flavours on it, I've got it at number 3 on my list. That's how good the rest of it is. So it is a fucking fantastic album, and then they put that on the end of it. It's like, why?
Perhaps I'll share this to their Facebook page, this video that goes up, and they might answer you. I'm pretty sure Wiley Arnett might answer you in the comments and tell you why he did it. Hopefully he'll say I was pissed.
I mean, it's about the only explanation that they could really offer, isn't it?
Yeah, not their finest 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
No, not at all. Okay. Well, you know what song it's going to be, and there's no ice cream mentioned in it anywhere at all.
Well, not that we know of.
I dearly hope not.
Well, I just like everyone to know, I did suggest that perhaps we should play an entire song for each one. I might have added a bit to the video, but
maybe with the number ones, we may be able to do a complete song. Think that could work?
Well, it works for me.
Okay. But before we do that, we have number 2s. So, right. You're number 2.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know what it is. I'm just going to double check my list. Yep. Still where it was. Right. Going to go up a bit here. I've got a lot of albums by this band. In fact, they're filling the screen up now.
Yeah.
But the album for me, the first one I heard of them, is from 1989. It's The Years of Decay.
I had a feeling this would be your
overkill
track.
Yeah. Well, there's just something about Overkill I like. I heard this one first. It's not their first album. They had a couple before this. and they're still going there. Their most recent album is the Wings of Warrior. They never stopped. They never bowed down to grunge. Right? Some of their albums might not be as good as others. Bobby Blitz, the singer, survived nasal cancer and a stroke, and he's still jumping about on stage like a lunatic, even though he must be nearly 60 now. And there's just something about this band I like. They've never ever let up. They've just been a fixture throughout all the time I've been listening to metal. There has always been Overkill. To me, they are like the Thrash Iron Maiden. They've just never stopped. They've had a few different players in the band, but you've always had, I think his name's D.D. Verney and Bobby Blitz, the singer, and I just fucking love them. I just think they're one of the greatest metal bands of all time, and they just happen to play Thrash. I know you're not a fan.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, and like I say, yeah, we've spoken about Overkill before in the past, and you know I'm not a big fan of them. It doesn't mean that I can't appreciate what they've done. I mean, like you say, they just never stopped. And even when Thrash sort of died off, they just kept on going. So they've gone from, like, you know, the Thrash heyday of, you know, like the mid to late 80s, carried on going while Thrash was considered obsolete. Now Thrash is certainly coming back in, you know, and a lot of the old, you know, big Thrash bands are coming back. And Overkill are still there. They're still going. They never actually stopped. I mean, you can't not appreciate them for that, you know, their sheer longevity. And especially as, like you were saying about, you know, what the singer has gone through, and he's still going, you know.
I mean, if you know, if I want to add any other reason to like them, they're named after a Motorhead song as well.
Well, that was something I was going to ask. I've always assumed they were named after the Motorhead song, but I was never absolutely certain. So that is definitely the case, is it?
Yep, as far as I know, that is definitely the case. They are named after the Motorhead song.
They're a fucking great Motorhead song as well.
Yeah. And yeah, for the most part, they've got their logo, which Avenged Sevenfold have ripped off a little bit, if you ask me. The Batwing skull. I can't remember what he's called. He has got a name, but I can't for the life of me remember it. But yeah, there's not much I can say about Overkill. Are like a constant thing in my life, you know, where they've just never ever fucking stopped.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've got yeah, quite a difference of opinion as far as the music goes. I mean, it's not that I think Overkill are shite. It's again, like I was saying about, you know, Creator, about Flotsam and Jetsam. I think the music sounds good. It's just the singing I could give or take. Although I do remember, again, you sent me, like, you know, a couple of Overkill tracks. I think you sent me some from this era, and I think you also sent me like one or two from like their much more recent stuff. And again, you know, the guitaring, drumming, and that sounds fucking great. It's just the singing I can't get on with.
That's fair enough, mate. You're gonna have to listen to some, but see, now this era of Overkill. Now we go on about you know, Thrash being hard and fast and you know, bangers and that, but I think there's a huge Black Sabbath influence, particularly on some songs on this album that I'll get to when we go through the track list. And there are certain parts on this album when Bobby's singing like his cleaner version, there's an element of Sabbath era Ozzy Osbourne about him, and I mean, for me, you can't go wrong with that. So,
yeah, you know, comparisons with Sabbath era Ozzy is quite a statement. But the stuff that I've heard I can't argue with it, no.
Well, you know, hopefully, I know which track already I'm going to play from this, and it's more of we won't hear all of it, so probably won't get to the fast bit, but it's got such a good riff to it. But we'll get to that in a minute.
I'm assuming it's playing with spiders.
No.
No?
No. Right, so this starts off...
it's Who Tends to Fire, isn't it?
Yeah.
yeah. That's one of the ones you sent me, and there's always an exception to everything I said. I must admit, Who Tends to Fire is a fucking good song, yeah.
Well, it kicks off with Time to Kill, which is, it's over 6 minutes, but it's another one of those, well, we're a thrash band, have it sort of songs. It starts off large and loud. Now, I'm assuming you don't know this album that well.
No, I don't know it, so yeah, you're going to have to go through this one for us.
Yeah, that's fine. Second up is one that was a single, which was the first Overkill song I ever heard, which is Elimination, which has got quirky lyrics because when they do the chorus, they say elimination, and it's elimination, and it's like that's something that drew to me straight. It's like, what the fuck is this guy on? This is great. It's another really fast song. I Hate is another really fast song about all the things that he hates.
It's a song title that sort of like, certainly appeals to me. Yeah,
it's I hate people, blah blah blah, and I hate this and I hate that, and Nothing to Die For is another pretty nice fast thrash song. And then we get to Playing with Spiders stroke Skull Crusher. Now, Playing with Spiders is an intro that's kind of dun 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 dun, and it does kind of sound like the sort of sound loads of spiders would make if they had guitars. There's no other way of putting it. And that goes into Skull Crusher, which at the time was the slowest, doomiest, and heaviest song I had ever heard in my life. Because it's a real slow, doomy number, and Skull Crusher really fits that, and that's like how side one ended.
It's a weird thing about that. Just interrupt you there for a sec.
Carry on.
With the stark contrast between like thrash and doom. You know, you as far as like the song tempo goes, you're going from one extreme to the other, and yet there are plenty of times when doom metal sounds so much heavier to a degree that thrash couldn't even dream of reaching. And it's something that I've always, it's one of the reasons why I am a big doom metal fan. Back in these days, sort of like 88, 89, I always thought that the heavier it sounds, it's got to be played faster. And then I started listening to doom metal, and it proved me fucking completely wrong. Am I right in thinking that Skull Crusher is possibly the heaviest song on the album?
Yeah, in terms of that, I'd say it was, because it is almost like a bass laden doom song. The way it's played.
That sounds like one I'm going to have to check out after the video, I think.
Yeah, I would recommend it.
Yeah.
And then side two starts with, I'm pretty sure that's where the split was. Side two, Birth of Tension, which is another sort of into the thrash straight away. And then we get on to Who Tends the Fire. Now that is a song of two halves, plus a different bit at the beginning, because it starts off nice and not acoustic, but quite slow. And then it's got one of my most favourite riffs of all time going on because of how it chugs along. And then by the time you get halfway through the song, it just goes up a notch and then kicks into thrash overdrive.
Yeah, so this was one song I remember you sending me. I remember the title, and even though I say I'm not a big Overkill fan, I remember it very well because I was fucking impressed. I thought it sounded superb.
The Years of Decay is similar in its structure to Who Tends the Fire. It's still a good song. I prefer Who Tends the Fire. And then Evil Never Dies is a balls to the wall, thrash finish, a la Human Insecticide, Metal Militia, and all the other ones we've had today. It's like, I'm going to finish. And obviously Evil Never Dies also as the acronym of END. So...
Oh, that's why it's written like that. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're saying about, it's a balls out thrashy ending, which goes on for nearly 6 minutes. I mean, that sort of like, knocks Metal Militia into the shade there, doesn't it?
Yeah. But it doesn't have like the last one we played by Sacred Reich. Obviously when I played that one, the rest of the song that I cut off was just the ending. But yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've actually listened to this all the way through, other than this is a sort of album I put on sometimes if I'm having a kip because it chills me out. Some people be like, you put on Thrash to go to sleep. It's like, yeah.
I used to do the same, yeah.
But yeah, I think this is a great... I mean, it's made number 2 on my list. I mean, I can't really say any more than that, really.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that you've got it down as your second favourite thrash album of all time, speaks volumes.
Should we have some Who Tends the Fire then?
Yeah, fine choice.
Might be a little bit longer than 2 minutes because it takes a minute to get going.
Yeah, so the 2 minutes, the song would just be starting then, yeah.
Well, we'll see how we get on.
Yeah, all right.
I didn't want to do that. I mean, that even though that's thrash, that is verging on doom in places.
Yeah, definitely. But a great song, and this is even coming from someone who's not a particularly big Overkill fan, and yeah, I'd say that is absolutely superb.
I'm sure you can learn to change the error of your ways.
Can I indeed? Right. Well, in that album there, so I mean, you got like 2 or 3 like really ultra heavy, slow, doomy, epics on there. Well, on my number 2 album, you got nothing like that whatsoever.
Well, I hope I've got a copy of it then.
Oh, you do, because my number 2 might surprise you. Because it's Raining Blood.
Well, fuck my old boots. I had mentally had that down as your number 1.
This was my number 1 up until a week ago. And yeah, I felt the need to change it for reasons I'll explain when we get to my number 1. Now, yeah, well, I mean, we've already spoken about Slayer. But this was the first Slayer album I bought, and it was the first studio Slayer I ever heard. And fuck me, I just had no idea what I was in for when I first, put this LP on my record player.
Well, I remember when I heard this one, I mean, I was used to South of Heaven. But, I mean, when I heard this, I mean, I'm pretty sure at the time, without going too much into the tracks yet, I'm pretty sure Necrophobic was the fastest song ever recorded for beats per minute at the time when this album came out.
I think it may well have been, yeah. I mean, well, let's face it. Every thrash fan on the face of the earth knows this album, and for good reason. It's regarded by pretty much everyone as the greatest thrash album ever recorded, and yet I have it at number 2. And the fact that you've already had Slayer on your list makes me think that it's not going to be on your number 1 either. Now, there's one reason why I've got this at number 2 and not at number 1. There's one song on here that I think is okay, but not great. The rest of them I think are fucking great. However, the album I've got on number 1, I think every single song is fucking fantastic. And that is the only reason why this got demoted down to number 2.
Well, at least you're giving me something to think about now.
Well, let's get the negative out of the way. The cover's fucking awful. I don't know what it is about Slayer, cover artwork. I've never been a fan of it.
They're just like old demonic paintings, aren't they? I mean,
sort of. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
But the thing is, though, regardless of what you might think of them, they really fucking fit with the general mood of Slayer's music.
Yeah. You certainly can't argue with that. Which does bring me on to, I think it was you who was telling me about this, the subject matter of quite a lot of Slayer's songs. And there was someone who was interviewing Tom Araya. I think it was you who told me about this, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Asking him if he actually believes in all the stuff he was singing about. He was like, of course I fucking don't. What a stupid question to ask.
Yeah, not only that, they said to him, why do you sing about it then? And he said, well, it upsets the Christians, doesn't it?
Let's face it, that's a fucking good reason to do it, We haven't actually spoken about production a lot for quite a few of these albums, but I think the production of this album is just... He absolutely nailed every single aspect of it. I don't know who the producer of this album was.
It was Rick Rubin, wasn't it?
Was it?
I think this was because this is on Def Jam, the label, so I think it was Rick Rubin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Rick Rubin that was did produce the album. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm something tells me in my brain that he did.
Well, I mean, he fucking nailed it, didn't he?
Yeah, not many. God.
Yeah. Not the longest album that you'll ever hear. I think even the CD version that had the bonus re-recorded version of Aggressive Perfector, it's not even half an hour, is it? I think it's only about like 25 minutes long or something.
It's something like that. It's not very long.
Yeah, it's a probably short album, but it is utterly relentless. It just, you know, it grabs you by the bollocks and it just does not let go.
Well, I mean, it starts with the slowest track on the album.
Yeah. And, well, Angel of Death, it's, you can't really describe it as a slow song. No. And yet, like you say, it is the slowest song of the entire album.
Hell of a subject matter as well.
Yes, it's... what's his
Joseph
name?
Mengele.
That's it, Mengele, yeah. And of course, it's now recently become a bit of a bane of mine because of Elite Dangerous with my Eagle of Death. And every single time the Eagle of Death gets mentioned, I just constantly keep singing to myself, yeah, Monarch to the Kingdom of the Dead. And I can't stop doing it. And it's getting to the point where it's fucking irritating me.
Yeah, you know, I help you if I'm in Elite at the same time. Because I normally join in, don't I?
I was going to say, yeah, you help me by singing it and ensuring I've got no chance of forgetting the thing. So, yeah, big help there. Cheers. But it's a fucking great song, isn't it? Wouldn't say it's the best on the album, but I mean, fucking fantastic album opener, and it absolutely sets out the stall. I mean, after this, you know, it tells you exactly what you're in store for.
Well, you think it sets out the stall, and you think, bloody hell, this is fast and heavy, and then all of a sudden, Slayer have got another gear.
Yeah, yeah, they're very true. As they prove when they go into piece by piece. Do you get the feeling that if they had played this song at a slower tempo, let's say like slower as in Creeping Death tempo, this album would probably go on for about like, you know, an hour and a half, played at the speed they do? Well, 25 minutes.
If they played this album at Creeping Death speed, it would probably go on for about 2 hours. If they played it at Harvester of Sorrow speed, it would go on for 8 weeks.
Yeah. Oh, fucking hell, playing this at Harvester of Sorrow speed, that's my idea of torture, that. I mean, piece by piece, the only... Well, I was about to say the only negative thing about it, and then was going to say that it applies to quite a few songs, but actually I don't think it is that the song is so short that just as you're getting into it, it's over. But because it is so relentless, and it's, you know, right from the word go, it's bang in your face, you're not given time to get into it because you're into it right, you know, the second it fucking starts. There's no, you know, build up and, you know, gradual intro and, you know, anything like that. It's just it's right there straight off. So it does make it rather difficult to sort of like go through the track listing, because you find yourself saying the same thing for all of them. But that is not saying that, you know, oh, well, they can't be that good then, because it's, you know, the same thing over and over again. Yeah, you listen to this album and try and tell me it's just the same thing over and over again. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I can find a down point on this album, it'll be in the song Jesus Saves, that after he sings Jesus Saves, he doesn't immediately sing The Devil Heads It In on the Rebound.
I can imagine, though, he was probably thinking it on a few occasions, you know. So I always thought that Jesus Saves was the fastest song on the album. I didn't realise that Necrophobic was slightly, and it probably is only slightly faster. But
yeah, I'm sure at one point that I don't know if it was a record or an unofficial record, but it was the fastest song ever recorded at the time. I mean, obviously there's ridiculously faster songs in black metal as well, you know. But at the time, I mean, no one had heard anything like it, had they? I mean, you know, when Metallica come out, it was like, bloody hell, this is heavy. When Rain in Blood come out, people were like, what the fuck is this? But in a good way.
Yeah. So what would you say is the best song on the album? Trying to pick out an individual song and saying that's the best song is really difficult.
It is difficult, but for me, I would say the almost title track.
Raining Blood.
I really like the way that starts with the thunder and the rain, and then it's got that da 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 da, and then it goes and it it's got that fucking solid riff that's really fast, and then it gets faster again.
Yeah,
and it's the amount of speed, and in between Araya's lyrics, you've got King and Hanneman doing note changes with tune, and it's still going the same speed.
This is absolutely one of those albums where, you know, when you get the usual people who say, oh, I don't like Thrash, it's just fucking noise. You play them this and say, right, if it's just noise, you play that now. You know, here's a guitar, you play that fucking noise. And, yeah.
Not a chance. I mean, using Rain in Blood as an example, like I was saying, there's when I say they change in between the lyrics, it's not just changing to another note. It's like a very fast bridge between one bit of the song to the next octave change, say, for the next part of the verse. And it's that sets King and Hanneman apart as one of the greatest guitar duos ever to have picked up strings.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. For me, trying to pick a best song, believe it or not, Raining Blood wouldn't be my choice. Fucking incredible song. I can't pick between two. It's either Altar of Sacrifice or it's the re-recorded version of Aggressive Perfector.
Well, only you can choose. I mean, if you're going to go with original recording, then you'd probably have to go Altar of Sacrifice.
I've got to go Altar of Sacrifice. I think I will, yeah. I would go Altar of Sacrifice. And the weird thing is, compared to, you know, pretty much the rest of the album, I think Altar of Sacrifice is one of the slower songs, isn't it?
Well, you say that. I was just about to tell the audience to brace themselves.
Oh, they would still need to brace themselves, but yeah, believe it or not, what you are about to hear is one of the slower songs on the album. Let's have a blast of Altar of Sacrifice.
The altar of death, I breathe the waiting dagger in hand, spilling the pure virgin blood. Satan's slaughter, ceremonial death, answer his every command.
hardly seemed worth it stopping it there, but
you heard more than 2/3 of the song there, but yeah, that was their slower romantic ballad of the album. That one.
yes, praise hell, Satan. What a fucking album that really is. I mean, you know, like I said, I had 3 albums to choose from, and I think it's the holy triumvirate of Slayer, which is Rain in Blood, South of Heaven, and Seasons in the Abyss.
Yeah.
And I suppose I was fairly certain you was going to pick Rain in Blood, so that took the pressure off a bit for me to be able to sort of like choose South of Heaven. And it was when I made that choice, I thought, well, I should be going for the ones that are my favourite rather than the ones that I necessarily think are best, because that is without a doubt Slayer's best album. But I know South of Heaven better because I've heard it more times. So,
Yeah.
God, what a fucking song.
It's only my number 2.
I'm hoping I've got a copy of your number 1. I've been very lucky so far.
I'm sure you have. So speaking of number 1s, here we go then. Your number 1 favourite thrash album of all time.
Now, you've been very interested to find out what this is, haven't you?
Yeah.
And I am pretty certain you're not going to like it.
Oh dear.
I don't think you're going to like. I don't think you're going to like the lyrical style, but I'm still going to pick it because it's, you know, it's my favourite thrash album.
Well, it's not Suicidal Tendencies, so we're all right there.
No. It's
I did not for 1 microsecond think it was going to be this.
I fucking love this album. I started with a British album. I'm ending with a British album. There's no patriotism at all in that. It was Sabbath that showed me how heavy music could be when I was first getting into it. There used to be a magazine, or probably still is a magazine, by Games Workshop called White Dwarf magazine.
Yeah, I remember I used to buy it.
And in 1987, they stuck a flexi disc on the front called Blood for the Blood God, which was a story about the slan of Warhammer. If you don't know what that is, look it up. It's too long to go into. By a band called Sabbath. And me and my mates, we had it on the front of there, and we'd never heard anything like it. This is just before we really got into metal, and it was pretty heavy. And Martin Valkyr, the singer, even though he's a gruff singer for a lot of the stuff he does, he's a great lyricist, and he's got a very particular skill of bending words around the way he wants them to come out. And he's got great diction in the way he speaks and that. And in Blood for the Blood God, he did a lot of different voices for the different. So you got the slan, the orcs, the dwarves, and all that sort of stuff. And he did all these different voices, and he's got a certain cadence to his voice as well. He's just saying about it. As it turns out, over the last 10 years, I've actually become friends with Martin on Facebook. Not like best drinking buddies or anything like that, but he's a jolly decent bloke as well, and he's only a little bloke, and he's very soft spoken, and the racket that comes out of his gob is something else. And this is just an album for me, you know, on the back of Blood for the Blood God. And by the time this come out in '88, I think it was quite late in '88, I'd delved into Maiden, and I'd started getting into Slayer and getting into Metallica, and I was just waiting for this album to come out. And one of the guys bought it on vinyl when he was down the shop by himself, and it did the rounds. And I just fucking love it. There's no two ways around it.
Well, going from one extreme to the other, sort of, I've never even heard this album. So there's not much I can really say about it. But
I'm sorry.
But I'm just amazed. I never even entered my head that this could be like, you know, your number 1 thrash album. Yeah, I am not even remotely familiar with it.
Well, they done 3 albums. Sabbath. They did 2 with Martin Valkyrie, and then they did a third one, which was with another singer, and it was awful compared to that. The musicianship was good, but the singing was so awful. I haven't even got a copy of it. And you may know the guitar player from Sabbath. That is one Andy Sneap, who is now big time metal record producer. You know, a studio master, the Martin Birch of his time. You know, he is a proper big name. Then obviously whatever happened with Sabbath happened. Martin left, and then he formed Skyclad, which for the first few albums was basically, let's carry on with what Sabbath sounded like with a few different players. Some of them went with him from Sabbath, and they went on for a while, and they eventually softened up and turned into pretty much sounding like the Levelers, which, well, no, they weren't that bad. Don't
mention a certain album of theirs.
Oh, the Levelers or Skyclad? Yeah, no, I won't.
No.
But for me, this I think is the finest moment of Martin Valkyrie's career. I absolutely fucking love this album. It's not going to be to everyone's cup of tea, but I think it's great. Obviously, I've got it at number 1, and the artwork is also by Simon Bisley, who was big at the time in Games Workshop sort of stuff, like bits of art in like Dungeons and Dragons manuals and White Dwarf magazine and covers and stuff like that. So he was quite a big name at the time as well.
Did they also use him with the Skyclad covers? Because it looks a very similar style to Skyclad's album artwork.
I'm not sure. But yeah, so this was an album I was waiting for, History of a Time to Come by Sabbath. It's at the heavier end of thrash.
Well, that certainly sounds promising.
Yeah. So this starts off with an intro, which is kind of lots of demonic, echoey sounds, and then it ends with someone going, "So it is done," sort of thing. And then you go into a cautionary tale, which just basically kicks off big style. It's nice, fast thrash song. Much can be said the same for Hosanna in Excelsis. Now, I should point out that a lot of the stuff Martin does, and he did with Sabbath and Skyclad, is verging more on the pagan side of things. So a lot of people would call this pagan metal, which I think is just bollocks. It's thrash metal. It's just using paganism as his subject. You know, he's well versed in Celtic history. Is Mr. Valkyrie? Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think I know him more from his Skyclad stuff, and that really was, all the pagan and stuff like that material in pretty much every song, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they've got a song, Behind the Crooked Cross. It is not a cover of Slayer's song or vice versa, but it's just the use of lines. I mean, like this line is, was it "He who doubts the teachings of Blavatsky counts the cost," talking about Madame Blavatsky, the old like 1920s seer or whatever. It's like there's loads of history like chucked into these songs that you wouldn't necessarily know about. Horned is the Hunter is a song basically about Herne the Hunter of pagan tradition. I mean, if you've watched the ITV version of Robin of Sherwood, Herne plays a big part in that. Eye for an Eye is a play on the words of the Bible. For Those Who Died is more of an acoustic soft number with heavy bits interceded with rainfall and thunder. It's quite a nice piece of music. Or is that a Dead Man's Robe? I can never remember, because this is another album that I play from start to finish.
Put it on, just listen to it all the way through. Yeah.
And the Church Bazaar is literally, let's have a go at the Christians and tell them how silly they are. where he goes on about bring on the dancers, bring on the clowns, invite them to go on this merry-go-round, and it's just basically having a go at what bollocks religion can be. And then I've added as a bonus track, I managed to digitally record years ago when I had a record player set up by a computer. I managed to record my flexi disc of Blood for the Blood God, and I keep meaning to send Martin a message and ask him if there's a clean version of it anywhere. Because everywhere I've looked, even if I download a Sabbath discography of all their demos and stuff like that, it's always a flexi recording. And because I haven't tried to take all the crackles out, I think my recording's better. So yeah, there you go. So you never heard any of this at all?
No, I never heard a single one. So this is all completely new to me. So as far as like your song choice, yeah, just go all out. What would you consider the best song on the album?
Horned is the Hunter.
8 minutes. Shall we have the whole thing?
Oh, I'm not going to argue with that at all.
Yeah, it's number one choice. Let's have the full songs of our number one albums.
Okay, well the only thing I will apologise, during the acoustic start on this, they decided to have a bird sound effect, and it's literally some prat with whistle, but it's funny. But other than that, it's absolutely brilliant.
All right.
confused. Let the gods of yesterday fight over it with no kingdom to rule. It's just against that in my God, in my fool. Under the rugas of law and the fight, they wish to leave barren what you to survive. No legends of power and glory suffice for these latter-day heroes who live out their lives. Driven by conformity, shackled by greed. Don't believe they don't want to be freed. The enemy within us, well armed to spoil and rape. This mighty heart grows weaker with each liberty they take. Come you from the shadows, do not tremble if you're begged. At the mention of his name, hold high your weary heads. The Hades devil reward, the ones the creatures play. And in the big continues, let the gods of yesterday. God of yesterday.
Now that, the whole of that, the hairs are up on my neck, mate. But I don't think it's your sort of thing, because I know you're not keen on that kind of lyrical style. But for me,
well, here's the thing: listening to it, I would almost be thinking, would this even be thrash? There's something about it that just doesn't quite sound like thrash metal to me. What on earth you would class it as, I have no idea.
So to me, it's thrash. I mean, that's...
Here's another thing, right? Listening to the vocal style and like the actual content of the lyrics makes me think. There's one question that springs to mind. I know we've spoken about it a little bit. What do you actually think of black metal?
I don't mind black metal at all, but as long as I can understand it. If it's sung in a foreign language, I haven't listened to that much black metal, not compared to you, but I like Rammstein. I don't care that they sing in German, so I don't care if someone's singing in a foreign language. But if someone's singing in English, I like to be able to at least grasp some of the words. Otherwise, I just blank it out as another instrument. But I don't dislike black metal. The only stuff I don't like is where it sounds like a washing machine on spin cycle instead of a drum kit where it goes, that sort of stuff. But the stuff like last night I listened to
Blazing the Northern Sky.
Yeah, that was a perfectly good album because it didn't play at 400 billion miles an hour. So I could, even though the production weren't great on that album, I could still hear the guitar, the bass, the drums, the vocals. They weren't just a wall of noise where it hadn't been produced properly. And I find a lot of black metals like that. So yeah, I can kind of see you kind of saying this is leading towards black metal.
That vocal style and perhaps even more so, the lyrical content really did have me thinking of black metal a lot while I was listening to that.
Oh, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you will like this album then.
It's not exactly my sort of thing, but it's not something I would dismiss. It would certainly be an album that I'd want to hear from start to finish, and see how it goes. It's what I heard there. I don't think it's quite going to be my thing, but it's not something that I would just say, oh no, that's fucking shit, and ignore it. So it's something I'd probably need to hear, hear the whole thing a couple of times, and
Well, I mean, playing it across here, I mean, because it hasn't been edited in, you're getting the slightly dulled effect of the music as well, ain't you?
Yeah, so obviously once I've edited it and we get the how it should sound, I dare say it will sound like several billion times better then.
I mean, to be fair, the even the members of the band will say the production's not brilliant on this album. I have got the remastered version, so it's a little bit clearer than it used to be, but it is. I suppose it's got that in common with black metal as well, that sometimes the production can be a bit muddy. Yeah, but also, bear in mind, I'm pretty sure the members of this band are only a year or 2 or 3 older than me and you, and I'm pretty sure they was around 18 or 20 when they recorded this. So they were very young and inexperienced at the time as well.
Yeah. That could well play a big part in it, They have an idea of what sound they want, but because they're only, if this was 88, so they're about 16, they probably were thinking, well, no, we can't tell the producer, no, we don't like that, we want it to sound like this, So
well, that's it. I mean, at the most, some of the members of the band I think were about 20 when they recorded it. I'm pretty sure they're about 2 years older than we are. So yeah, they would have been 18, 20 when they was recording it. So yeah. But for me, it's an absolute classic, which is why I've got it at #1.
Yeah, it really was a bolt from out of nowhere. I was not expecting this at all. I
said there might be a surprise or two, didn't I?
Yeah, you weren't wrong. So there we are, Panther's #1, which leaves my one. Now, having already attempted to get over the shock of the fact that Sacred Reich did not appear in your top 10, there is also the immense shock that these guys haven't appeared in your top 10 as well. I mean, what can I say really? It's Nuclear Assault.
Well, I haven't got many Nuclear Assault albums on here, so we could be in for a shock.
I very much doubt it's going to come to that.
Well, we hope not. I've got Game Over, The Plague, and Handle with Care, and Survive.
There we go. It's Survive.
That's bloody useful, isn't it?
Now, the reason I have this at #1 ahead of Raining Blood is quite simple. Raining Blood has one song that I think is so-so. This album, I think every song on it is fucking superb. There is no other way of putting it. This is one of those very rare albums where every song on it is fucking great from start to finish.
Well, I mean, it's all being driven by the bass guitar of Dan Lilker, isn't it?
I think all 4 members are fucking absolutely, among the best in thrash metal. I have been trying for days to remember the name of Nuclear Assault's drummer. It's Glenn.
I'll Google it for you.
Google it, right? Yeah. So you have Dan Lilker's bass. Yeah, Anthony Bramante's lead guitar. His solos may not be the greatest, but let's face it, Nuclear Assault are not about their intricate solos. You have John Connolly, great guitarist. I think he's a fantastic thrash metal vocalist. I know his vocals they're very divisive. They're sort of, you know, you either love them or you hate them. I'm very much in the former camp. Oh, he's a fucking great singer.
Glenn Evans.
Glenn Evans, there you go, yeah. And Glenn Evans is the third of the three drummers I was mentioning earlier. I think the best drummers in thrash. So, yeah, Glenn Evans, Greg Hall, and Slayer's bloke whose name I've also fucking forgotten.
Dave Lombardo.
Lombardo, there you go, see, yeah. So you have a great lineup. And the weird thing is, their debut album, Game Over, I thought was abysmal. Because, I mean, the songs were great, but the production and the guitar sound on it was so atrocious that it ruined the whole thing. So, you know, like, forget that. Then they came along with the Plague EP, which was a vast improvement. Again, great songs, but this time we had, you know, great guitar sound, great production, and, you know, yeah, we were on to something good here. And then they hit their peak with Survive. It's just a fucking monumental album. I absolutely love this album.
Well, the fact that I own a copy of it would suggest that I agree somewhat.
Yeah, I didn't think you were going to say no. This is fucking shite.
Well, I mean, as for you, like saying some of the ones that I left off my list, can only pick 10. You know what I mean?
No, that's it. Yeah, I mean,
and if I'd have picked Nuclear Assault, Sacred Reich, and Testament, you know, what 3 would I have got rid of?
Yeah. Who gets left out? You know. So I mean, it's the age-old thing, isn't it? When you're doing, like, you know, top 5s, top 10s, there's always going to be, like, you know, decent bands or whatever getting left out, and always someone, like I just did, saying, "How could you leave out blah 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 blah?"
Well, it's not that. I mean, it's like I left out Municipal Waste, and I introduced you to them, and I think they're fucking brilliant. So
yeah, I because originally I wasn't going to put them in because I was absolutely convinced you would. Turns out it was a good job that I didn't leave them out, because there's no way they should have been left out. So, you know, it's glad that at least they got a mention. And I thought I might have given you a bit of a clue that I'd have these guys at number 1 when I was saying how good Municipal Waste were, because they sound so much like Nuclear Assault.
Well, I was just sure you were going to have Rain in Blood at number 1. I assumed these were going to be in there. So anyway, you should be talking about this, but we talk about the other stuff in a minute.
Yeah. All right. So, all right, cover. Yeah, it's pretty bog standard cover stuff. You know, nothing remarkable. But the album itself, yeah, it is. It's another one like Raining Blood. It's quite short because every song is just this really short fucking blast. Ugh. And almost disappeared there.
Yeah, that was me with my mouse button.
So, I mean, surely you know this album pretty well.
Not by song titles. The only one I can say I really know and be able to tell you the title when I hear it would be their cover of Led Zepp's Good Times, Bad Times. Yeah. But, you know, I know how the album starts, but it's much like we were saying with Annihilator and Sacred Reich and that. If I play Survive, I start at the beginning and I leave it going until Good Times, Bad Times finishes. It's as simple as that. But yes, I know it.
Well, I mean, I'm going to sound like a bit of a broken record, really, because I could basically describe every single song the same way. Rise from the Ashes, fucking great thrash blast. Brainwash, fucking great thrash blast, you know, blah blah blah. There are a couple of sort of like novelty tracks on there. I mean, Got Another Quarter is basically game over, but sped right up, and then it just stops. You know, Nuclear Assault were never one of those bands that really took themselves too seriously, so I got no problem with that. Same with PSA, it's another sort of like, you know, 10-second just blast, and it's over before it's even started almost. But yeah, there isn't anything even approaching a bad song on this album. For me, there isn't even anything approaching a mediocre song on this album, and that's why it was #1 ahead of Rain in Blood for me.
I've got to say, I actually prefer their cover of Good Times, Bad Times to the original, because I heard the Nuclear Assault one first.
Well, I've got to say, although I did hear the Led Zeppelin version first, I also prefer this cover. I think it is because I think John Connolly is a better singer than Robert Plant, and I know a lot of metal fans will probably fucking want to, you know, decapitate me for saying that, but I mean, let's face it, one thing about Led Zeppelin, Robert Plant was not the greatest singer in the world. They had a lot of things going for them, but Robert Plant's singing wasn't one of them. No,
what Robert Plant had at the time in the early 70s was he had a lot of charisma, and he was a very good-looking bloke, you know. So yeah. he had the sex appeal for the women, and obviously some men as well, and he had presence on stage.
Yeah, that was certainly his forte, but yeah, not quite. I mean, I'm not saying he was absolute shit as a singer. There are some songs where he's singing is fucking great, but you know, he wasn't their strong point. Whereas with Nuclear Assault, I think, as good as all the other members are, the thing that really makes Nuclear Assault stand out is John Connolly's vocals. And like I said earlier, I know they are quite divisive. Some people love them, some people hate them. I'm assuming you're all right with Connolly's vocals.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got. I mean, aside from that, I've got 4 of their albums. So.
Yeah. You can hardly turn around and say no, I think it's shit, you know. And the great thing is, because this is yet another thrash band that sort of jacked it in, but have more recently started up again. And again, it was a link that you sent me, I think. Was it you sent me, or was it actually one that I found and I sent you? Where they were playing live at, what's that metal festival in, is it Germany or in the Netherlands, or whatever?
Wacken.
I think, yeah, it was at Wacken. And
I think you sent me
playing there. Yeah, and it was only like, you know, a couple of years ago or so. And he has still fucking got it. His singing is every bit as good now as it was then. And, I mean, this album was recorded, I haven't got the year, I think this was 87, might be 88.
I'll tell you, because I've still got that page open in the background. 88, it was released on vinyl.
So this was, so how many years that's, it's a fucking long time ago. Anyway.
I've just discovered a travesty, Chris.
Oh.
As of 2012, the album has been out of print, so you cannot buy a new copy of Survive at the moment. That's fucking shit, isn't it?
Yeah, that is fucking, it's inexcusable, that. The greatest, well, in my opinion, the greatest thrash album ever recorded, and you can't buy a new fucking copy of it.
You must be able to buy it digitally.
You got to, surely. They can't have this, you know, not still in, you know, available. If you're watching this and you haven't got this album, go and fucking get it now before it disappears forever. So, trying to find a best song on this album. Oh, that is a fucking difficult one.
Well, I had over 8 minutes one-on-one, so you better pick a long one.
So that's the thing. I mean, I say, okay, right, yeah, I'll pick the longest song. It's not even 4.5 minutes, you know. I have to say, Fight to Be Free is certainly up there as you know, one of the best on the album. That was also released as a single. It's between Fight to Be Free and Equal Rights, I think. Purely because it's got a bit more of an intricate opening, so you got something slightly different to the regular sort of like thrash. We'll have Fight to Be Free.
Okie dokie.
fucking belting song.
Just like that, it stopped. Yeah, classic. See, now I don't find John Connolly's vocals that dissimilar to Steve Souza from Exodus, Bobby Blitz from Overkill. I mean, he's a bit more high pitched than they are, but I think he's cut from the same cloth. I think there might be more for you to look at in Overkill than you realise.
Well, I say, Overkill, one of those bands I never really paid a great deal of attention to. So it could just be that the few that I'd heard back in the day were just like, you know, not particularly great examples, I say. With that, Who Tends the Fire, I think that's a fucking great song. So if that is more in the sort of vein that they are doing, it sounds like yeah, they are a band I should be paying a lot more attention to, so I'll certainly be giving them you know, much more of a try. Yeah,
I'm just grateful I had all the albums you chose so we didn't have to fuck about.
well, it's like I was saying, we were drawing up the list. As far as the bands go, there were no big surprises in mine. The only things that may have been, you know, possible surprises was, you know, some of my album choices. I mean, I would have thought that a lot of people would expect me, when I chose Metallica, to choose Ride the Lightning. The thing about Ride the Lightning... Yeah, the thing about Ride the Lightning is the production is fucking great. The guitar sound is one of the heaviest guitar sounds I've heard on any metal album, including death metal. But the thing is, that album is totally dominated by 2 tracks, you know, Fight Fire with Fire and Creeping Death. And the rest of it just doesn't come close to the standard of those 2, at least not in my opinion. So I mean, it's a great album, but for me, it's all about 2 songs. Kill 'Em All has more, you know, more great and sort of like, you know, archetypal thrash songs on it. Master of Puppets is, I mean, it's a fucking great album, but again, I mean, when you get shit like Welcome Home Sanitarium, you know, which I can't stand. You know, I could hardly say, oh yeah, here we go, right, yeah, my number 5 great thrash, you know, thrash album. Let's have a bit of Welcome Home Sanitarium. You know, it don't really fit in.
I'll tell you, you're the only person I've ever met that don't like that song.
Oh, I can't stand it. I've never liked it. No.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was surprised. Looking at your list, I was surprised. I wasn't surprised that Nuclear Assault were on there because I know you like them, but I was surprised that your 1 and 2 positions there, because I was assuming Nuclear Assault were going to be at 2, and when Slayer at number 2, I was like, well, who the fuck's he got a number 1? Because I totally forgot about Nuclear Assault. I was completely side-bombed by the fact that I was dead sure that Rain in Blood was going to be your number 1.
Yeah, it's the thing is, while I was going up with my list, I was listening to plenty of the albums, you know, while drawing it up, just so I remind myself, yeah, is this one actually worth putting here? And at the time, yeah, and I'd listened to Rain in Blood, and I was thinking, that's fucking nailed on number 1. And then I listened to Survive right after it, and I was just thinking that, you know, there isn't a bad song on it. Every single song on this is great, whereas on Rain in Blood, there's one song that I think is okay. And that is the only reason why, I mean, it was that close between those 2. It's possible that if we hadn't recorded this next week and we were doing it next week, I'd have them back the other way around again, you know. So, you know, there is so little to choose between the 2 for me.
Well, I mean, I literally chose number 1 and then just filled in the rest until I ran out of space.
That really was a real left field choice there. Number one, I never saw that coming.
Who do you think I was going to have at number one then?
Well, I see, because when you know all these lot, you know, were going through there, and I was thinking, okay, so we've had his number 2 album, right? Number 1. Well, he hasn't had Nuclear Assault and he hasn't had Sacred Reich. And I was thinking, oh, it must be one of them two then. Of course, I wasn't even close. You know.
Well, it's just for me. History of a Time to Come is just one of those albums. It appeared at the right time in my life when I've been waiting for it to come out, and you know, it's an album I go back to a lot because even though it's fairly gruff singing on that, you know, because of the way he enunciates his words, you can understand everything, no matter how gruff it is. So. Whereas some say something like Carcass, you know, some of their albums like Necroticism and Descanting the Insalubrious, you've got all these very, very fanciful, mythical lyrics.
Yeah.
You can't, trying to pick that out of the actual singing is, even following the lyric sheet, is nigh on impossible. Whereas with Sabbath, you can understand everything he's saying.
It's Carcass, when they started, it wasn't Jeff Walker who was doing the main lyrics. It was Bill Steer, and Bill Steer's lyrics are basically forget it. You are not going to follow them at all. And the first thing of theirs that I bought was their Peel Sessions EP, and I knew about them. I knew that they had, you know, member of Napalm Death and that, so I thought, well, okay, yeah, I definitely want to check this out. And I thought it was fucking great. Couldn't understand the words, but there was a lyric sheet in there. So I had it playing and I was following the lyrics, and I could literally feel myself sort of feeling nauseous. These lyrics are so grotesque and just so vile, and I was like, oh, I don't want to read anymore. You know? I was almost glad you can't understand their lyrics.
I mean, my favourite album by them was their last one, Swan Song, because you could understand it, and it was still heavy and still deathy, but you could actually go along with the lyrics without needing a lyric sheet.
Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't big on Swan Song. I thought their best album was Symphonies of Sickness, which was much earlier album, and that was, well, at that time, I think it was sort of 50-50 split between Bill Steer and Jeff Walker as to who did the main vocals. But then when they went on to doing Necroticism and the albums that follow on from there, Jeff Walker was the main vocalist by a distance then.
So apart from Sabbath, was there any real massive surprises in my 10?
Well, Sabbath was, yeah, definitely the surprise that stands out. No big surprise. I knew Overkill was going to be in there. I knew Creator was going to be in there, even though I'm not a Creator fan. I know you are as big a Creator fan as I am not a Creator fan, you know. So I knew they were going to be in there. So, no, to be honest, none of the other choices really surprised me.
Well, I suppose
until we got to the
Rain was
one.
unexpected.
Well, the only reason Acid Rain was unexpected was, yeah, because I'd forgotten all about them, and I was, well, I'd say I was a bit annoyed that I had forgotten. Don't think they would have got into my 10 even if I had remembered them. I mean, I thought they were great, and I thought The Fear, which was the album of theirs that I had, it was a great album, but I don't think it would have been good enough for me 10. Here's one poser for you. Let's say we hadn't done the And Justice for All video last time. So I'm assuming, anyway, you would have included it in your list. Where would it have come?
Oh. Well, I would have had a top 11. It probably would have come fourth in between Rust in Peace and Alice in Hell. But I don't know. I don't know what I would have got rid of.
Well, presumably it would have had to have been your number 10. It would have been Acid Rain.
Yeah, or, well, possibly. Or I would have dumped Flotsam and Jetsam out of the mix. Because Jason Newsted is sort of on that
Well,
album.
so you still would have had Jason Newsted, so he still would have been represented, yeah. Well,
yeah,
sort of.
One double out of the whole lot.
Yeah. I think because, yeah, as well as bands, you know, it also had to be like the same album as well. So the way they were drawn up, I think it was always somewhat safe as far as doubles go. I'll be honest, I didn't think we were going to have any at all. The only possible risk would have been the one that we ended up with, which were Anthrax. But something was nearly me, making me think that you may have chosen either State of Euphoria or even Persistence of Time.
A Persistence of Time was in contention. But no, I really wanted to play I Am the Law. So honestly, I thought you was going to have Fistful of Metal or the other one.
I wouldn't have had
spreading the disease.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had Fistful of Metal. I can't remember the name of the original singer that Anthrax had, but I wasn't a big fan of him.
Neil Turbin, I think it was.
That sounds familiar, yeah. Yeah, so I say my favourite Anthrax song is Metal Thrashing Mad, but yeah, it's the one that Joey Belladonna is singing on. But yeah, for the longest time, it was going to be Spreading the Disease, and again, it was a very late change, because, yeah, I mean, when you're talking about, like, you know, the best Anthrax album, I mean, you've got to go Among the Living, really, haven't you?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, are you ready for another 4 hours of honourable mentions?
Right, yeah. How long? I mean, we've been going for 5 3/4 hours here, so we can have a few honourable mentions.
Right, well, one honourable mention I will have, right, is a Pantera album, but it's Cowboys from Hell, because I think that was a thrash album and it was before they started going mega heavy groove metal, just after they'd come out of their glam period. And I think that is a solid album, but that is the only Pantera album I would consider thrash, because then they went into their groove metal thing, which I like. I know a lot of people they're quite divisive about Pantera, but I don't give a fuck about that. I like what I like, and I like Pantera.
Yeah.
But yeah, only their first album would have been an honourable mention, because that one is quite thrashy.
Yeah, I'm not a Pantera fan, so yeah, they were never in contention with me. My honourable mention, well, I kind of mentioned it already. Yeah, I mean, Acid Rain, The Fear. It was a good full-length album. A good, somewhat rare British thrash album. I can't think of very many British thrash bands, so maybe I could have done with, you know, finding at least one British band on my list there. So yeah, they would certainly be worthy of a mention.
Yeah, well, any album by Evil, they're a British thrash band.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about them as well. See, another band I've forgotten, and another one that I've only recently been introduced to thanks to you, and yet they've been going for how long?
It's got to be nearly 20 years, I suppose.
Yeah, and I was totally oblivious to them. But yeah, great stuff. What I've heard. Another Earache signing as well, along with Municipal Waste.
Yeah, I mean, I've got quite a list here. Shall I just rattle them off to get it out of the way?
Go on here. Let's see what you got.
Right. Well, I had "Suicidal for Life" by Suicidal Tendencies.
Yeah, I'm not a Suicidal Tendencies fan.
No, I know you're not. I had "The New Order" by Testament. I actually had "Game Over" by Nuclear Assault. I had Bonded by Blood by Exodus. We
That's
didn't get a look in at all.
yeah, it's another surprise. Yeah, Exodus didn't appear. Neither did Eccentrics.
No.
Or are you about to mention them?
Well, I will mention them because this is almost in alphabetical order till I get down to the end.
Right.
Almost in alphabetical order because it's not. Beneath the Remains by Sepultura. I know that's verging on death, but that's another album I really like. The guitar work in that one.
Yeah, I think Sepultura are more a sort of like death thrash sort of hybrid. Yeah, that's a tricky one. There, mind you, they wouldn't have been in my 10 anyway. So.
I had The Wayward Sons of Mother Earth by Skyclad. Skyclad's first album that was out and out thrash with a bit of violin and a bit of flute in it here and there, but most of it is just out and out thrash. Act 3 by Death Angel, even if it has got the soft ballady song on it.
Death Angel, that's a band I forgot about, yeah.
Slaughter in the Vatican by Exhorder.
Oh, I can't stand that album.
Forbidden Evil by Forbidden. Law's Rockets, Annihilation Principle.
I wasn't keen on Last Rocket either.
I've put The Fatal Feast or Anything by Municipal Waste.
There you go.
Burn My Head by Machine Head. Burn My Eyes by Machine Head. Digimortal by Fear Factory, because that's quite a thrashy one. Mayhemic Destruction by Mortal Sin. Carved into Stone by Prong. Ignorance by Sacred Reich. Metallica, first 4 albums. Vendetta, Go and Live, Stay and Die. Violence, Eternal Nightmare. False Recon by Virus. Killing Technology by Voivod. For Whose Advantage by Zentrix or Eccentrics, however you want to pronounce it. Demon Preacher by Deathwish. Release from Agony by Destruction. M16 by Sodom, and the last one I had was Bastards by Cerebral Fix. That is my honourable mentions. That is what I had to leave out of my top 10.
I've never really thought of Cerebral Fix as a thrash band, but they are a band that I find really difficult to try and categorise. I had at least 2 of their albums back in the day. I've got... I know I've got Bastards, and I think it's Tower of Spite. That was the album they did before that. I've got both of those on my computer here. Were those thrash bands?
Well, they're kind of thrash one minute and sort of death the next minute. They're a kind of crossover.
They're a bit of a mixture because I mean they've done a few pretty doomy songs as well. So it's yeah. See, I never even had them as a consideration because, well, I don't think of them as a thrash band as such, but I haven't got a clue what I would class them as.
Well, about a month ago, I made a list, and I went through all my albums, and I was looking at the thrash albums that I like, and I made a list, and then I basically stuck Sabbath at number 1, and then I just worked through what I had, and I was just picking the albums that I liked out of like the contenders, and basically I did it all on my phone. I using the documents thing on there, and I just cut and pasted things into position, and that was the leftovers. So I had like 35 albums that could have made my top 10. And yeah. More if you consider Anything by Evil, Anything by Municipal Waste, you know.
Yeah. You got about 35 albums just from those 2 alone there.
Yes. So I had a pool of about 50, let's put it that way.
Yeah. I think, yeah, with this video, if we'd recorded it last week, the list would have been completely different. If we recorded it next week, it would have been totally different. So, you know.
Oh,
we've got 20 fucking great albums, so.
Oh, yeah, well, 19. My switch round at the end, you know, I said to you earlier, I had one little tinker and I switched them round. Yeah. I switched round South of Heaven and Rust in Peace. I originally had South of Heaven at number 5 and Rust in Peace at and I had South of Heaven at number 4 and Rust in Peace at number 5, and I just swapped it. I don't know why I swapped them round, but I swapped them round earlier on when I was looking at the list. It just sort of seemed like that's what I wanted to do, so I just swapped them about.
Yeah, I think I would rate Rust in Peace as a better album than South of Heaven. So yeah, I think the new order that you got them in there works better.
Yeah. Yeah, no, outstanding. So that's what. So that's 9. Well, with Anthrax being the same, that's 19 albums. We probably both recommend you check out.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also 20 songs that I have to edit into this thing. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
21
well, there we go.
If you play out on something.
Oh, that's the point, yeah. I'm sure I'll play out with something, yeah. I'll find something. Actually, I know exactly which song I'll be playing out with. On that note, this has been nearly 6 hours long, this fucking video.
We knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, it was never in doubt this was going to be the longest video we've done to date. Yeah, I gotta be honest, it's fucking flown by for me. So.
It's flown by for me as well.
So there we are. Two top 10 lists. No, you know, overall list, because basically, you know, any thrash album that makes it onto this list is fucking worth listening to, apart from maybe Creator.
Toss up.
Right. Well, on that note, that is this video done. I've chosen what we're going to play out with, so you're about to enjoy that wonderful selection, and in the meantime, go away.
Chocolate is a kickin', strawberry sweet, others are mahogany. Have them all 3 scoops pile high. Variety is the spice of life. Sugar cone, ruby full of my banana split. You want nuts and sticky whipped cream? Come lick it off and be my Dairy Queen. I said I love the chili, streaky uplift, mother's milk. The more Mike Patton's with smooth as silk. Metallica's music makes you wanna rage. It sings lyrics have something to say. Jimi Hendrix plays guitar like no one else. Black Sabbath has his voice as sick as hell. Prince, Fishbone, and W.A. These are things that I like to play. Mr. Bowler's so very cool. So don't be an ignorant fool. There's so much music for you to choose. So don't just be a metal dude.